Chapter 1066. Entel, this is my son. The surging flow of magic power was accompanied by a thunderous sound, and it was like a wave of air that rippled through the space. Wu Yan, who did not expect Entel to suddenly launch an attack, also opened his eyes wide. However, this did not hinder Wu Yan from understanding Entel's words. In addition to the fact that Entel was releasing his magic power without holding back, which was far more ferocious than that of an ordinary powerhouse of the ninth step, Wu Yan sneered. His wine-red pupils suddenly shrunk and expanded, turning into a rich gold color. At the same time, although not as ferocious as Entel's, a scorching magic power surged out from Wu Yan's body. Like a wave hitting a reef, it fiercely collided with Entel's magic power. Boom! A low rumbling sound reverberated. The sound wave turned into a wave of air, sweeping out in all directions. On the platform, all the leaves and dust were blown away. The center of the magic power collision was like the core of a typhoon, bringing with it a violent storm, soaring into the sky. The two collided. They actually achieved a balance. Entel could not help but be astonished. He was a powerhouse who was about to reach the peak of the ninth step. In a contest of magic power, he actually managed to achieve a balance with a young man who had just reached the ninth step, who was not even half his age. Could it be that this kid was actually hiding something? Entel, who was thinking this, quickly discovered the reason why Entel was able to achieve a balance with his magic power. It was because Entel's magic power was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it was able to even out the gap of almost an entire step. Of course, this is only a draw in terms of magic power, it's not a draw in terms of strength. However, if Entel wants to rely on magic power to suppress Wu Yan, that's not going to happen. However, Entel did not feel happy at all after coming to this conclusion. At the ninth step, the gap between each step was extremely large. To put it bluntly, Entel's strength was close to the peak of the ninth step. At the very least, he could defeat 5 powerhouses who had just reached the ninth step like Wu Yan without suffering any injuries. But now, however, he had been evened out by his opponent in terms of magic power. Although it was just a simple competition of magic power, it was enough to prove that Wu Yan had strength that surpassed his own level. That terrifying demonic power. If it was used in a battle with an expert of the same level. In that case, he would win. It was only a matter of time. Unless the other party also has an outstanding ability. The corner of Entel's mouth curled up as he gazed at the endless waves of powerful magical energy. Very strong magic power, but it's a pity. In other words, magic power. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue magic array suddenly flashed under Entel's feet and started spinning. Buzz? Entel stretched out his hand, and with a flip of his hand, the mana surging around him immediately flowed over and condensed into a surging ball of mana that rapidly vibrated. An extremely terrifying fluctuation of mana quickly revolved around the ball of mana. The surrounding space was actually slightly distorted by the rotation of the ball of mana. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the ball of mana in Entel's hand was an extremely powerful magic. Wu Yan could clearly sense the violent ball of mana, causing his expression to become serious. He clenched his hand and a surge of mana surged out and gradually condensed into a whirlpool of mana, violently fluctuating. The whirlpool of mana frantically revolved, bringing with it a sharp, whistling sound. The originally colorless whirlpool of mana also turned into a fiery color as it revolved. Along with the surge of mana in Wu Yan's body, the whirlpool continued to revolve. As it revolved, the fiery glow within the whirlpool also gradually became denser. At a certain moment, the whirlpool of mana came to an abrupt stop. At this moment, the whirlpool of mana was fiery red like the mouth of a volcano, looking quite dazzling. However, if one were to view it as a scenery, one would definitely die an ugly death. He raised his head and looked at Entel. The ball of light in Entel's palm was also rotating at an extreme speed. It emitted a blinding light that resembled a miniature sun. It was so dazzling that it hurt to look at it. Very good. Entel's eyes lightly shifted to the small sun-like ball of light in his hand. A moment later, he suddenly raised his head and a cold smile appeared on his face. With a raise of his hand, the small sun-like ball of light shot out and directly flew towards Wu Yan. Like a beam of light, the dazzling little sun cut through space and fell from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying amount of mana that caused one's hair to stand on end as it smashed down without any explanation. With such power, one can be sure that if it hit someone, even a rank 9 powerhouse, if not dead, would definitely be seriously injured. Wu Yan didn't know if Entel was holding back or not, but his attack was definitely enough to threaten him. Seeing the small sun-like ball of light coming towards him, Wu Yan's mana surged wildly. Pang! Above his head, the fiery red whirlpool of mana exploded with a muffled sound, following which it began to revolve again. Soon after, a giant arm that was over 10 meters in size reached out from the hole. The gigantic arm was entirely fiery red. It extended out of the volcano-like mana vortex as if it was the arm of a titan that had broken out of the ground and awakened from eternal hibernation. Vaguely, the volcano-like vortex even carried faint beast-like roars, and its momentum was extremely frightening. Titan's hand awakened. Wu Yan's dreamy voice slowly came out from his mouth, revealing the essence of the spell that Wu Yan used. It was the famous spell of the model mythical Titan Giant's attack. What spell is that? Entel furrowed his brows and muttered to himself. Could it be that while the Guardians were defending the Emperor Island, the outside world created a new type of spell? Entel glanced at the fiery red arm, the frown between his brows loosened. No matter what, let me see. As if responding to Entel's words, the sun-like ball of light sped up a bit. Wu Yan took a deep breath and waved his hand. The Titan's hand awakened instantly became like Wu Yan's arm. At the same time Wu Yan waved his hand, the Titan's hand awakened shot out with the exact same motion as him. Two extremely terrifying attacks streaked through the air like lightning. Finally, under the watchful eyes of their masters, they fiercely collided. In an instant, a terrifying roar and shockwave rippled out like the raging waves of the sea. On the wide platform, huge waves were set off. For a split second, the world quieted down at the moment of the collision. Then it abruptly shook. The surging magic power and the shockwaves formed by the collision were mixed together, and as they rolled, they swept out. The platform that even a Tier 8 combatant would find hard to leave a mark on was swept up by the shockwave. The shockwave even blew off a lot of leaves from the Guardian Tree's canopy. The shockwave swept out violently, the wind and waves wreaked havoc, kacha-kacha, sounds echoed on the platform. The ground also trembled slightly, even the branches on the Guardian Tree's canopy shook. All the sounds mixed together and soared into the sky, like a deafening thunder in the middle of the night. The sound was deafening. Many royals of the 3 empires and the Guardians were awakened from their sleep by this thunderous sound. One after another, they poked their heads out of their windows in surprise. Unfortunately, the 2 sides involved in the battle were quite far away from the residential area. They couldn't discover anything. They could only treat it as a thunderclap and go back to sleep. Of course, there was also a portion of people who faintly sensed something. The shockwave lasted for a full 10 minutes before it gradually subsided, and within the city, the heavens and earth also gradually returned to a state of silence. However, that incomparably sturdy platform at the center of the collision had an entire layer removed. Even a Tier 8 powerhouse would find it difficult to leave a mark on the platform, but a layer of the surface had been torn off in the collision. Such a terrifying destructive force, if it had been triggered elsewhere, it would not have been as simple as tearing off a layer of rock. As the shockwave that filled the sky slowly subsided, the figures of the 2 combatants in the battle were revealed. Both of them didn't have any injuries on their bodies, as if the previous scene didn't happen at all. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that Entel's expression was calm, while Wu Yan's expression was grave. Obviously, in this collision, Entel had the upper hand. Chapter 1067. The surroundings are silent. The 2 people who had just engaged in a terrifying collision stood facing each other from afar, but they did not speak for a long time. Wu Yan turned silent as he stared at Entel. In the exchange just now, Entel was indeed more skillful. Although the 2 of them didn't seem to have suffered any injuries, The two of them knew better than anyone else what had happened at the moment of collision. The clash between Entel's sunset and Wu Yan's resuscitated titan's hand seemed to be in a stalemate at first. But in the end, the setting sun gradually overpowered the resurgent titan's hand. Under the impact of setting sun, the palm part of resuscitated titan's hand was first crushed, then the wrist part started to crack. Entel's setting sun also slowly penetrated resuscitated titan's hand and slowly disintegrated it. Wu Yan saw this clearly. He immediately disrupted the mana within the resuscitated titan's hand. He detonated the resuscitated titan's hand along with the sunset that penetrated it. Then, the resuscitated titan's hand dissipated along with Entel's sunset. If this continues, the resuscitated titan's hand will be penetrated and sunset will crash down on Wu Yan. With Wu Yan's power, he could probably nullify the sunset strike that lost most of its power when it clashed with the titan's hand. Regardless, Wu Yan lost the previous exchange even if he didn't take any damage. Wu Yan truly felt it. Entel. How strong is he? Level 88. He's only one level away from reaching the peak of Tier 9. He's qualified to become a demigod. If such a strong person came to Silveria, excluding Wu Yan and company, Entel would be invincible against anyone below the demigod rank. Even if Wu Yan's group is included, Flandre-chan was probably the only one who could suppress Entel. Ikaros and Astria were probably the only ones who could put up a fight against him. No one below demigod rank is a match for Entel. Not even Wu Yan. The resuscitated titan's hand is a spell that imitates the attack of the mythical titan. Even if it's not as strong as the real deal, it's still better than magic. At least, it's stronger than the Spalier world's magic. Entel can still rely on the Spalier world's magic to defeat a spell that imitates the mythical titan's hand. That's because he's stronger than Wu Yan. Much stronger. Wu Yan asked himself. If he doesn't use a spell that's a few levels higher than the resuscitated titan's hand, he won't be able to defeat Entel. However, the conditions for that level of skill were extremely harsh. Just the time required was a huge problem. That's enough time for Entel to torture him several times over. Of course, that's if Wu Yan doesn't activate Ruby mode or summon his familiars. If he does, the victor will be decided. That's hard to say. If he activates Ruby mode, he doesn't need to say anything. He doesn't need Yukari. As long as he uses Flandre-chan's Ruby mode, Wu Yan is confident he can defeat Entel in less than 5 minutes. Looks like if he wants to defeat Entel, he either has to activate Ruby mode or summon his familiars. That's the only way. Wu Yan loosened his tense expression. His golden pupils turned around and he raised an arm. When Wu Yan was about to summon his familiar, Entel spoke. That attack just now. If you don't have the strength of a Tier 9 intermediate, you won't be able to block it. Entel sighed as he looked at Wu Yan. You're only at rank 9, yet you're able to unleash an attack comparable to an intermediate rank 9. You're strong, much stronger than I expected. No wonder my useless son was defeated by you. Wu Yan stopped what he was doing and he frowned. What does he mean by that? Right at this moment, a loud laughter reverberated in the space between the two of them. Entel, are you satisfied now? Several figures flew over from afar and landed beside Wu Yan and Entel in a blink of an eye. They're the 3 emperors, Carter, Geda, and Weia. Wu Yan was surprised to see the 3 emperors here. Entel, on the other hand, didn't seem surprised at all. He even smiled for the first time since the start of the match. There's nothing to be happy about. All I can say is that I'm getting old and can't compare to the younger generation. Hey, you're only a few years older than us. Carter scolded. If even you admit you're old, what should we do? I don't think I'm old at all. Geda snorted and crossed his arms. I'll get stronger sooner or later. I won't let this kid catch up so easily. Geda, didn't you hear what Entel said? Weia mocked Geda. This kid might have just reached rank 9, but his strength is comparable to an intermediate rank 9. You, on the other hand, have just reached intermediate rank 9s. Geda choked and couldn't say anything. Carter and Weia laughed at the same time. Even Entel was laughing along with them. Wu Yan was at a loss when he saw Entel laughing with the 3 emperors. You. Young friend Wu Yan, Please forgive my rudeness. Entel turned around and lowered his head to Wu Yen to apologize. I heard that an extremely young Type 9 powerhouse had come to the Emperor Island and even taught my useless son a lesson. That was why I wanted to test him out. Please don't take it to heart. Wu Yen blinked and shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In other words, the attack just now was just a joke. Of course not. Entel's expression turned serious. Although it was a test, I did use most of my strength. My evaluation of you is also completely true. There is not the slightest bit of deception. If I didn't use strength comparable to an intermediate rank 9, wouldn't it have been dangerous? At that time, it's time for us to show up. Wei patted Wu Yan's shoulder and said. Carter also laughed. We've been here since the beginning. With the three of us here, even if Entel is stronger than any of us, you won't be able to do anything. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks. He tilted his head and he looked at Entel with uncertainty. So you're not going to avenge your son? Since you want to bully others, you should be prepared to be bullied. Entel shook his head and sighed. The Guardian clan has been confined to the Emperor Island for a very long time. They can't leave the island for the rest of their lives. It's unavoidable that their mentality is twisted. We can only wait until they come to terms with it. Little friend Wu Yen, I hope you don't blame them. I didn't do anything at all. Wu Yen quickly clarified. They're the ones who have been causing trouble for me. That's why I'm here to apologize. Entel sighed. Although I could forcefully stop them, if I were to do so when the backlash starts, it would only make them even worse. There's nothing I can do about it. A great man doesn't hold a grudge against a petty person. This is what they mean. Carter helplessly revealed a fact that stunned Wu Yen. When the three of us first came to the Emperor Island, Entel also made things difficult for us. Didn't we bury the hatchet? There are always times when one is young and frivolous. Entel couldn't help but feel awkward when Carter brought up the past. He looked at Wu Yen and changed the topic. I hope you won't lower yourself to their level. What if they bully me? Wu Yen was dissatisfied. Am I supposed to let them do whatever they want? Entel means that you can teach them a lesson, but you have to be merciful. Wei explained. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and smiled. That's not a problem. When the time comes, I'll teach them an unforgettable lesson. Entel, Carter, Wei, and Wei looked at each other and shook their heads. Thank you, young friend, Entel said with a smile. If that's the case, I have to do something. I already know why you came to the Emperor Island. When the time comes, you'll definitely have a place in the domain of gods. Wu Yen nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 1068. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Emperor Island city had finally welcomed the day when the land of gods would open. Today, in the Emperor Island city, whether it was the members of the imperial family or the Guardian clan, everyone had woken up earlier than usual. This included the ordinary people and low-ranking cultivators who lived in the Emperor Island city. The reason the Guardian clan had been confined to the Emperor Island was to protect the Divine Spirit Land. Now that the Divine Spirit Land had finally opened every 10 years, it was understandable that the members of the Guardian clan wanted to witness the opening of the Divine Spirit Land with their own eyes. Therefore, every household in the Emperor Island city stood on the streets and looked up. They looked like devout believers as they stared in the direction of the Divine Spirit Tree with bright eyes. They did not speak for a long time, causing the huge Emperor Island city to be completely silent. The members of the Guardian clan and the imperial family of the three empires who lived under the Divine Spirit Tree made some preparations before they made their way to the Divine Spirit Tree. Those who lived under the canopy of the Guardian Tree would see people flying out of windows, doors, and other exits in the buildings where the royal families of the three empires and the Guardian clans lived since the dawn. As the ripples spread out, numerous figures carrying battle aura and demonic energy shot out with the Guardian Tree as their destination. For a time, the area under the canopy of the Divine Spirit Tree was filled with figures flying out of the canopy. And this scene continued for a long time. Standing by the window, Duan Ling Tian looked at the figures flying toward the divine spirit tree. Wu Yen could not help but shake his head and laugh. So anxious? It's not like the divine spirit land will run away. As soon as Wu Yen laughed, a cold voice reverberated behind him. You only have a chance to enter the place of gods once every 10 years. This is an extremely rare opportunity for some of the older generation. As for the younger generation, this is their first time entering the place of gods. It's only natural that they would be anxious, hearing this. Wu Yen grinned. He turned around and he saw Sylph's icy blue figure standing in front of him. Wu Yen looked at Sylph and said, "Then why don't you look worried at all?" "It's just his personality." Sylph glanced at Wu Yen. "But it's about time to depart. I'm fine with it." Shrugging his shoulders indifferently, Wu Yen rolled his eyes. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. "Our beautiful Princess Sylph, do you want to try flying in the sky?" Flying in the sky? Before Sylph could react, Wu Yen grabbed her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Sylph was startled, but she quickly calmed down. He frowned and looked at Wu Yen. "What are you doing?" Wu Yen chuckled when he saw Sylph frowning at him with a frosty expression. Because he saw that on that ice-cold face, within that pair of ice-blue eyes, there was a trace of uncontrollable panic that could not be suppressed. "Fine. I'm just letting you try flying in the sky." Wu Yen suppressed his urge to tease Sylph. He turned around and flew out of the window with Sylph in his arms. Sylph felt a gentle breeze caressing her face as she looked down at the flying figures below. She was a little surprised. Flying in the sky. That's something only demigods can do. Of course, only demigods can fly in the sky. The Spalier world has a special flying spell. It's so rare that even a member of the imperial family like Sylph doesn't know how to do it. Sylph raised her head and stared at the smiling face. She sighed. She sighed and said, "You really know how to surprise people? That's great." Wu Yen laughed heartily. Life might be boring, but sometimes, it's not boring when it's full of surprises. Sylph's lips curled into an unnoticeable smile. It added a bit of liveliness to her cold expression. Her beautiful face became even more breathtaking when she smiled. It's a pity that none of them, including Wu Yen, had the fortune to witness this scene. The platform under the guardian tree. After 3 days, the platform that was slightly damaged by Wu Yen and Entel's collision has been restored to its original state. Silhouettes flew over from afar and landed on the platform. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s and started whispering to each other. They are all members of the imperial family of the 3 empires. On the other side of the platform, a group of about 100 members of the Guardian tribe gathered together. Unlike the imperial family of the 3 empires who are whispering to each other, the Guardian tribe's members kept their mouths shut. The atmosphere around them was heavy. Their gazes were fixed on the center of the platform with a hint of yearning in their eyes. No, it was not only the members of the Guardian clan. Although the members of the royal families of the 3 empires were whispering to each other, they would occasionally turn their gazes to the center at the front of the platform. Their eyes were also filled with yearning as if they were looking forward to something. That's because there's a new platform at the center of the platform. The platform is about 10 meters tall and has 2 levels. The first level is about 5 meters tall and there are 5 seats on it. The second level is at the top of the platform. There are also seats on it, but there are only 3 of them. It's obvious that the 8 seats on the platform are reserved for those with special status. The 3 seats at the top are still empty. However, 4 of the 5 seats in the middle are already occupied. Entel. Weya. They are the Guardian tribe's patriarch and the 3 emperors. As for the last seat, no one has taken it yet. Many people on the platform looked at the empty seat with confusion in their eyes. Could it be that there's someone on Emperor Island whose status is comparable to the Guardian tribe's patriarch and the 3 emperors? Everyone at the scene was guessing the identity of that person in their hearts. The members of the royal families of the 3 empires were discussing it because of this matter. As for the members of the Guardian clan, although they did not discuss it, their faces were filled with undisguised doubts. As time passed, more and more people gathered on the platform. The number of people flying towards the platform gradually decreased. When Wu Yen arrived above the platform with Sylph in his arms, there were only a few people flying towards the platform. As if they sensed something, Entel, Kate, Geda, and Weia stopped chatting and looked up. When they saw Wu Yen floating in the air, they were stunned for a moment. They smiled bitterly and came to the same conclusion as Sylph. What a guy who keeps on giving us surprises. Seeing the 4 Type 9 powerhouses looking up, the rest of the crowd also lifted their heads and looked up. The moment they did, the entire place went silent for 2 to 3 seconds, before a commotion broke out. Flying. That person can fly. Flying. Is he a demigod? Impossible. He must be using some kind of flying magic. Yes. That's right. Everyone on the platform pointed at Wu Yen. They didn't even try to hide their shock. Slowly, they began to recognize Wu Yan's identity. They were even more shocked. This was especially true for the Guardians. They looked at each other with jealousy and hatred in their eyes. Magic with the ability to fly was extremely rare. Now that they saw Wu Yen using such a rare magic, it's only natural that they wouldn't be in a good mood given their hatred for Wu Yen. However, they didn't know that what they should be jealous of is yet to come. My young friend Wu Yen. Entel, who was sitting in the middle of the 5 seats on the platform, stood up and smiled at Wu Yen, who is still in midair. Since you're here, please take a seat. As soon as the word, "take your seat," spread out, everyone on the platform trembled and their faces were filled with shock. The person who could sit on the same level as the 3 emperors and the patriarch of the Guardians is him. Chapter 1069. Everyone looked at each other before glancing at Entel, who was standing up with a big smile on his face. For a moment, no one could say a word. Even Wu Yen was shocked by Entel's words. Sylph, on the other hand, seemed to have guessed something and spoke to Wu Yen. Since Patriarch Entel has said so, you should take a seat. Wu Yen didn't understand what was going on, but he still looked at Sylph. What about you? Me? Sylph shook her head. I don't have the qualifications. Sylph gently let go of Wu Yan's embrace. Her slender body floated down like a feather and landed on the platform with a surge of mana. She stood in the seats of the 3 royals. Wu Yen pursed his lips as he looked at Sylph. Even though she was surrounded by the crowd, her presence was still undeniable. Wu Yen wanted to land on the stage as well. However, there was someone who couldn't bear to see this. Father. Entel, who was standing at the head of the Guardian clan, quickly stood up and called out. Father. This doesn't make sense. Wu Yen, who was about to descend to the platform, froze. Entel, on the other hand, seemed to have expected this. He glanced at Entel indifferently as if he wasn't his own son. What's wrong with this? Ens did not mind. He also knew that his father was very strict, even more so in public. Thus, he did not waste any more time and directly spoke his mind. You are the patriarch of the Guardian clan. The 3 majesties are the emperors of the 3 empires. It's reasonable for you to take a seat, but he... Entel pointed at Wu Yen as if he had forgotten how terrifying Wu Yen was. He's just the fiancé of an imperial princess. How can he be on the same level as you and the 3 majesties? That's right. That's right. The Guardian clan chimed in. Look at their indignant expressions. They're obviously not convinced. How could the Guardian clan be convinced that the position that they yearned for belonged to their enemy during this period of time? Wu Yen also looked at Entel. He didn't care about the clamoring of the trash. He also wants to know why he was given a seat on the platform. Status? Entel shook his head and laughed mockingly at Entel's question. If you don't have strength, you won't have status. If you have strength, you don't have to worry about status. His words caused the members of the Guardian clan, who were clamoring, to freeze on the spot. Entel's intimidating gaze swept across the members of the Guardian clan. Anyone who met Entel's gaze felt their hearts skip a beat as they hurriedly lowered their heads. Only when all the members of the Guardian clan had lowered their heads did Entel nod and slowly open his mouth. Wu Yen, you have strength on the same level as me and the 3 majesties. As a rank 9 expert, how can you not be qualified to sit on the same level as us? If you have the strength of a rank 9 expert today, you can also sit on the platform. The Guardian clan members looked at each other. They were all speechless at Wu Yen, including Entel, who was clenching his fists. Entel sighed when he saw his clansmen speechless at Wu Yen. He waved his hand disinterestedly and looked at Wu Yen again. Therefore, little friend Wu Yen, please take a seat, you have the right to do so. Hearing this, the platform fell into silence. In the air, Wu Yen smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that he would receive such treatment because of his strength, but that's right. In the Spalier world, the strong are respected. If you have strength, you don't have to worry about status. For people at the level of Entel, Carter, Gida, and Weya, status had long since become a symbol. Only strength was what truly caught their attention. Thinking of this, Wu Yen adjusted his state of mind. His body drew a smooth arc and flashed to the middle of the platform. He landed beside Carter and sat on the leftmost seat of the 5. Entel also chuckled and sat down. The 5 seats in the middle of the platform were full. Seeing Wu Yen sit on the high platform, the Guardian clan members had mixed feelings. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Who asked him to have such strength? NC stared at Wu Yen, who was sitting on the high platform and chatting with Entel, Carter, and the others. His heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. He was panting heavily and his eyes were red. Was there anything more painful than watching the target of one's resentment climb to a position higher than oneself? NC would rather have Wu Yen choke him again than see him reach the position he yearned for. Unfortunately, this was destined to be an extravagant hope. The members of the 3 imperial families looked at Wu Yen with eyes full of admiration. Even Ka and Jaffer had some admiration for him. They didn't have the same feelings as the Guardian clan members. From their point of view, they could only see a young 9th rank powerhouse. He was a super genius who could stand on equal footing with the 3 emperors and the Guardian clan's patriarch. How could they not look up to such a person? The older members of the royal family are still fine, but the younger ones are looking at Wu Yen with eyes full of admiration. Most of the young princesses are also looking at him with eyes full of admiration. However, when they thought about how the person they admired is Sylph's fiancé, they couldn't help but look at her with jealousy. Rena was the only one with a face full of displeasure. She kept grumbling. It doesn't matter what the people below the platform think. The fact is that Wu Yen is on equal footing with the 3 emperors and the Guardian clan's patriarch. They believe that after this incident in the domain of gods, the name, Wu Yen, will spread throughout the Spalier world. From the mouths of the imperial families of the 3 empires, Wu Yen had a helpless expression on his face when he realized this. Humans are afraid of fame and pigs are afraid of fattening up. Back in the sword and saber god domain, he still remembers everything he went through in the world of swords and sabers. He doesn't want to be in the limelight again. Of course, on the surface, Wu Yen didn't show anything other than a little helplessness. He chatted happily with Entel, Carter, Gida, and Weya. Although they are chatting happily, it's just Wu Yen asking about the domain of gods. Could it be that the opening point of the land of gods is on this platform? Wu Yen asked curiously. Unlike the imperial family and the Guardian clan, Wu Yen doesn't know much about the domain of gods. The one who answered Wu Yen was Carter. He smiled and said, "The domain of gods is bigger than the Emperor Island formed by the Guardian Tree. In fact, it's several times bigger than the Emperor Island. How could it be opened here? Then why are we gathering here?" Wu Yen was even more confused after hearing Carter's words. Shouldn't we go to the land of gods to gather? Or is there going to be an airship coming to take us there? Carter, Gida, Weya, and Entel looked at each other and said helplessly, "Well, it's too troublesome to explain. Anyway, just keep watching. I'm sure you'll be shocked." Fine. Wu Yen sighed and he didn't ask any more questions. At this moment, whoosh, suddenly, a gust of wind blew, like a tornado descending from the sky. From top to bottom, it smashed onto the stage without any explanation. The sudden gust of wind caused many people to cry out in alarm. The surrounding area was instantly filled with cries of panic. Entel, Carter, Gida, and Weya, on the other hand, had solemn expressions. They stood up, turned around, and faced the top of the high platform. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes as if he sensed something. He stood up from his seat and faced the top of the platform. At the same time, the gust of wind gathered at the top of the platform and suddenly dissipated. In the next moment, 3 silhouettes appeared there. Chapter 1070. The wind blew in all directions. By the time everyone present raised their heads and looked at the 3 indomitable figures at the top of the tall stage, they were already standing side by side, facing the entire crowd. Immediately, Entel, Carter, Gida, and Veer bowed respectfully towards the 3 figures standing at the top of the platform. "Greetings, Lord Protectors." The voices of the 4 ninth stage powerhouses awakened everyone below the stage. When they heard the words Guardian Deity, everyone was slightly startled and hurriedly bowed in respect. "Greetings, Lord Protectors." Their loud voices reverberated throughout the platform. Everyone bowed and saluted the 3 guardians at the top of the platform. Wu Yen was the only one who looked at the 3 guardians above him with a strange glint in his eyes. He was also a bit shocked by what he saw. Jarlin? Ailu, level 96 Magnubi? Balba, level 95. Linya? Fear, level 95. Wu Yen recognized the one standing in the middle. He wore a gray robe. It was the demigod Lord Protector he met in the Ailu Empire's treasury, Jarlin. As for the other 2, the old man in white robe and the beautiful woman, Wu Yen did not recognize them. However, the system informed Wu Yen of their true identities. The Lord Protectors of Balba and Fear Empire. Demigod Lords. 3 demigod rank powerhouses. That was why Wu Yen was shocked. It was not that he had never seen a demigod before. In fact, there was a demigod beside him who would hang around him all day long and act coquettishly in front of him just to make him cook for them. However, the sight of 3 demigod lords standing together still shocked Wu Yen. After all, there are only 5 demigod lords in the entire Spalier world. Including Violet, there are only 6. Including the Beast King, there are only 7. Now, half of the demigod lords are standing in front of him. The feeling is indescribable. This is why Wu Yen did not follow Violet into the Behemoth Forest. Otherwise, he would have seen all of the demigod lords in the Spalier world. He would be even more shocked. Phew! He exhaled a long breath. The shock in Wu Yan's heart calmed down and he seemed to be attracted by the sound of his breathing. On top of the platform, the 3 demigod guardians, Garen, Magnubi, and Linya, finally noticed that beside Entel, Carter, Gida, and Vea, there was a young man who was too young for them to even consider his age. At this moment, on the platform, be it the royals or the guardian clans, all of them are bowing. Entel and the other 3 are also bowing. Only Wu Yen is standing straight. Not only is he not bowing, he's even exhaling. This is a very disrespectful act. Wu Yen stood out like a sore thumb. Entel, Kate, Gida, and Wea panicked. Below the stage, Sylph's pupils shrunk. The imperial family members of the 3 empires were also shocked. On the other hand, the guardians were gloating. Entel even had a look of ecstasy on his face. He laughed coldly. How dare Wu Yen act so rudely in front of a demigod protector? Even if he doesn't die, he won't have a good time. Magnubi and Linya frowned. Their eyes were filled with displeasure. Their impression of Wu Yen has soured. Garen was the only one who laughed out loud when he saw the person in question was Wu Yen. "Wu Yen, little guy. We meet again." Everyone was stunned when they saw the Patronus greeting Wu Yen with a smile on her face. "Wu Yen?" Magnubi and Linya flinched for a bit before they recalled something and they looked at Wu Yen in surprise. "He's Wu Yen?" Wu Yen scratched his cheeks and he started mumbling to himself after being stared at by the 3 demigod guardians. "Why do they know me? Am I famous?" Wu Yen put on a smile as he looked at the 3 guardian deities on top of the platform. "Greetings, Baruba and Fea Empire's protectors. Old Mr. Jarlin, you're still as spirited as ever." Hearing this, Jarlin laughed out loud. "I'm not exactly spirited. It's just that the realm of gods opens once every 10 years. It's a rare opportunity. I'm in a good mood because I can enter it again. Jarlin turned to Wu Yen and said with a smile, "But I didn't expect you to be here as well. Little guy, you sure know how to hide your intentions." Wu Yen awkwardly turned his head away and said in a resentful tone, "I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself in front of you." Wu Yen paused for a bit before continuing. "Since you know the purpose of my visit, why didn't you take back the Ring of Power?" Wu Yen couldn't help but ask such a question. If the calamity that God Ailu spoke of really happens, then the entire Silveria world won't be able to escape. Under such circumstances, the so-called means to deal with disasters in the Ring of Power had become a treasure that could save the entire world. For the safety of Silveria, logically speaking, Garen and the others should have taken back the Ring of Power and entered the Divine Lands to search for the key to unlock the Ring of Power. Wasn't that the most logical thing to do? After all, a demigod powerhouse would have a higher chance of winning than a 9th stage powerhouse, right? Furthermore, the Ring of Power was left behind by God Ailu. The Ailu Empire's royal family are Ailu's descendants. Isn't it best for them to carry out the mission left behind by their ancestors? Originally, Wu Yen wanted to throw the Ring of Power to them while he went to the realm of gods to check it out. As for the mission of saving the world, it's better to leave it to someone else. Up until now, there hasn't been a single mention of the Ring of Power, let alone a request to take it back. Wu Yen is puzzled. Is no one willing to believe my words? Do they think I made up the story about the disaster? Jarlin saw through Wu Yan's thoughts and stopped smiling. Instead, he sighed. Originally, I wanted to take the Ring of Power into the realm of gods and search for the key to unlock it. But after some thought, I gave up on that idea. Wu Yen was shocked. Why? Since Ancestor Ailu didn't leave the Ring of Power and the Great Calamity as a legacy in the imperial family and pass it down from generation to generation, then he definitely doesn't want us to interfere with the matter of opening the Ring of Power. Jaren said with a serious face, "Although I don't know what's in the Ring of Power, since the ancestor chose to place the Ring of Power outside and let an outsider open it, he must have his own considerations. Therefore, I don't intend to directly interfere in this matter. Little guy, the matter of opening the Ring of Power can only be left to you." That's... Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You really think too highly of me. I have no choice but to look up to you." Linya, who has been observing Wu Yen all this while, said this. She chuckled and said, "After all, you are the person that Miss Z values and supports." Wu Yen was shocked to hear Yukari's name from Linya's mouth. "Miss Violet? Violet? You know Violet. You can say that we've met before." Magnubi nodded with his hands behind his back. "In short, we chose to trust you. I hope you won't disappoint us." Wu Yen opened his mouth. He wanted to ask something, but when he saw Garen, Magnubi, and Linya looking like they were deep in thought, he figured that he wouldn't get anything out of them even if he asked. Thus, he gave up on asking. As for the others who saw Wu Yen chatting with the 3 Imperial Guardians, they're already in a daze. Suddenly, Jaren, Magnubi, and Linya's expressions froze. They all turned their heads and looked in the direction of the Guardian Tree. 1. Almost at the same time when the 3 demigod rank experts turned their heads, the towering divine tree began to tremble. Green light flashed. Chapter 1071. It's here, it's here. The Guardian Tree is glowing. The domain of gods is open. Seeing the gentle green light emitted by the Guardian Tree, the older generation all cried out in surprise and told the younger generation what was going on. However, after hearing the voices of the older generation, the younger generation who came for the first time became even more puzzled. The domain of gods is open? Where is it? Where is it? I don't see it. Some of the younger generation looked around in an attempt to find the place of God's spirits. Some closed their eyes and used their senses to sense where the place of God's spirits was. However, in the end, none of them were able to find the place of God's spirits. Didn't they say the domain of gods was open? Where is it then? The younger generation looked at each other with confusion written all over their faces. This caused the older generation to laugh out loud. It seemed like the older generation was teasing the younger generation. Only those with higher status who more or less knew about the place of God did not participate in this. Their eyes were fixed on the guardian divine tree, which was emitting green light. Their faces were full of seriousness. Wu Yan didn't know how the domain of gods was opened or how it existed. However, he could clearly sense that an extremely strong spatial ripple was constantly twisting on the trunk of the guardian tree, which was emitting a soft green light. Wu Yan and the others watched as the space in front of the guardian tree started warping. The green dots looked like they were tossed into a pool of water. They turned into green ripples that rippled outwards. What is that? Many people from the younger generation looked at this scene in astonishment. Even those from the older generation were surprised. Everyone present had different expressions on their faces. The space that was rippling with green ripples gradually became distorted. Then, it began to expand rapidly. Numerous tiny green light spots suddenly condensed in the slanted space. Immediately after, a buzzing sound like an explosion resounded. The entire area was covered in green light. Everyone, including Wu Yan, raised their arms. They covered their faces. It blocked this part of the glare. Only Jarlin, Magnubi, and Linya, the three demigod rankers, remained calm as they stared ahead under the strong light. They didn't look away. A few minutes later, the light dimmed. People tried to suppress their racing heartbeats. They opened their eyes and looked forward. Then they saw a scene. There was a large hole in the void. That was the only way to describe it. Seeing a hole in the void with their own eyes, the youngsters who saw it for the first time were all stunned. Wu Yan was also a bit surprised, but it only lasted for a split second. Looking at the hole, Wu Yan finally understood why someone said that the place of gods was opening. He was afraid that the hole in the void was either the entrance to an independent space, or it was just like Violet's Gap, a passage directly opened in space. Entel's voice confirmed Wu Yan's suspicions. This is the passageway to the place of gods. Entel didn't look back. He used his demonic power to spread his voice. This is a passageway that can only be opened by the guardian tree once every 10 years. Through this passageway, you can reach the place of gods. But be careful. Entel's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he glanced at everyone below the stage. This passageway can only be used by members of the royal family and the guardian clan recognized by the guardian tree. If anyone else tries to trespass, they will be lost in the endless void and will never be able to return. Many people involuntarily gulped when they heard that. Their gazes towards the spatial tunnel slowly became a little fearful. No one wanted to suddenly get lost in the endless void, right? Even if they were qualified to enter the passageway. Wu Yan, on the other hand, was relieved. If they were only lost in the void, he had a way to return. For example, he could use a return scroll or enter Yukari's red jade mode to open the spatial rift and return. However, this threat was negligible to him. The moment Entel's words left his mouth, the three demigod rank guardians abruptly shot out, turned into 3 streaks of light, and charged into the hole. Everyone, enter on your own. Entel said after seeing the 3 demigods enter the passageway. He then looked at Wu Yan and the others. Your Majesty's little friend Wu Yan, let's move out as well. Wu Yan, Carter, Gada, and Wei looked at each other and nodded. They flew into the passageway as well. After the demigods and Tier 9 powerhouses entered the passageway, Sylph, Kaya, and Jafar also led the 3 demigods into the passageway. NS also led the guardians to follow. After everyone entered the spatial tunnel, the guardian tree trembled again. The hole in the void also trembled and slowly closed up. On the platform, there was dead silence. Wu Yan felt his vision blurring for a second. When he regained his vision, the scene before him had changed drastically. The ground beneath his feet was a green slate, and the surroundings were filled with green light. Tree roots that were comparable to mountain peaks were like churning dragons, either spiraling up or spreading out in all directions. They were scattered in all directions, and one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. In the sky far away, there was a semicircular barrier made of fluorescent light covering the area. Outside the semicircular barrier, there were fishes swimming in the water. Seawater. Wu Yan's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene in front of him. In the end, his expression turned into one of extreme shock. He wasn't the only one. Those who entered the passageway for the first time and those who have been here before were also shocked. They couldn't react for a long time. How could there be such a miraculous scene in the world? This is the base of the guardian tree's roots. Ento, Carter, Gada, and Veer, who had long expected such a reaction, shook their heads and pointed at the roots that were as tall as mountains. These roots are the roots of the guardian tree. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Although he knew that the guardian divine tree was huge, he didn't expect a single root to be as big as a mountain. This guardian divine tree was so huge that there was no end to it. Moreover, this was the base of the guardian tree's roots? Wasn't the base of the guardian tree supposed to be at the bottom of the ocean? Wu Yan looked at his surroundings. He looked at the semicircular barrier above him and the fishes and water outside. His lips trembled as he asked in a trembling voice, "Could this be the bottom of the ocean?" This. Everyone's expression froze. Entel and the other three smiled and spoke at the same time. That's right. This is the bottom of the ocean. After saying that, Entel and the three emperors pointed their fingers to the front again, ignoring everyone's change in expression. And that place is the land of gods. Everyone immediately looked in front of them. Not long after, a majestic palace appeared in front of them. It was located at the center of 4 towering tree roots that were even larger than the other tree roots. Looking at the majestic palace, Wu Yan didn't know how the others felt. However, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. A palace in the deep ocean? What land of gods? That's obviously the Dragon Palace. The land of gods is protected by the guardian tree. Even if a super strong person with heaven-defying strength has a way to reach this place, they can't enter without the approval of the guardian tree. Entel puffed out his chest. The 3 guardian gods have already gone over. Let's hurry over as well. We don't want to delay the opening of the land of gods. After saying that, he led everyone, including Wu Yan, towards the direction of the palace in the land of gods. Chapter 1072. This is the bottom of the sea, 10,000 meters below the surface. The gentle ripples were like the halo of a magic lamp, gently brushing past the bodies in the deep sea. The ripples reverberated one by one. Being in the pervasive seawater, the space here was abnormally moving. It was extremely realistic, making people feel like they were in a dream, unable to extricate themselves. The coiling dragon-like tree roots twisted back and forth into various shapes, emitting a suffocating sense of existence in the deep sea. Vaguely, there seemed to be a majestic palace in that extreme green color. Under the gentle ripples and halos of the water, it seemed to be illusory, yet real at the same time. It's like the mythical dragon palace. 3 figures stood in front of the majestic palace. They looked up at it with excitement in their eyes. Jaren, Maganubi, and Linya have been here more than once or twice. They've also entered the domain of gods more than once. They've even obtained the opportunity to ascend to demigod rank. However, every time they look at the palace in the depths of the sea, they can't help but feel excited. Along with the excitement, there's also a strong sense of pride. This is a miracle left behind by their ancestors. That's right, it's a miracle. Only a true god-rank powerhouse can build a palace like this in the depths of the sea. Only a true god-level expert would be able to get his descendants to come here and pay homage to this palace. Now that there are no longer any god-rank powerhouses, this is a miracle. In the distance, tiny figures compared to the roots and palaces of the divine tree flew over. They stood behind the 3 divine protectors and looked up at the luxurious palaces. Their minds were instantly drawn in and they all fell into a daze. So this is the domain of gods? Wu Yan was the first to react. He took a deep breath of fresh air. There's a hint of curiosity in his eyes. This is the first time he breathed in fresh air at the bottom of the sea. It's also my first time seeing the real domain of gods. Sylph, who came to Wu Yan's side, also reacted. However, her beautiful blue eyes were still filled with uncontrollable ripples. I've heard about the wonders of the domain of gods from my father, but after seeing it with my own eyes, I realized that my view of the domain of gods was too ordinary. Now that they've seen the domain of gods in its entirety, they can only sigh at how ordinary their view of the domain of gods is. That's why the domain of gods is called a miracle. It was not only because it contained a treasure that could allow one to be reborn, it was also because of its incomparably unique way of existing, while everyone was looking up at the domain of gods, at the top of the distant sky. Or rather, above the deep sea, a green beam of light suddenly shot out. It was like a beam of light, and in an instant, it landed on the land of gods. Then, under the gaze of everyone present, the entrance of the palace in the land of gods was enveloped by the green pillar of light. Slowly, the door opened. The guardian tree opened the entrance to the domain of gods. Kite exclaimed. Wu Yan was surprised. So the guardian tree is the only one who can open the entrance to the domain of gods? Of course. Entel said proudly. Other than the guardian tree, no one else can open the door to the domain of gods. Maybe a god-rank powerhouse can, but only the guardian tree can open the door. It's the key to opening the domain of gods. Wu Yan nodded at Entel's words, but deep down he was deep in thought. In that case, could the ability of the gap invade the land of gods? Would the eyes of the land of gods be able to see it as well? Also, can I use my realm energy? Can I imitate the guardian tree's ability and open the door to the domain of gods? Wu Yan felt a little restless when he thought of this. He quickly suppressed the urge in his heart. He smiled bitterly. I'm surprisingly adventurous. The domain of gods has been opened. The three guardians only spoke when the door to the domain of gods was fully opened. Magnubi glanced at Wu Yan, Entel, Kite, Gida, and Weya. The rest were ignored. In the eyes of a demigod powerhouse, perhaps only a demigod powerhouse had the right to talk to them? We'll go in first. I'll leave the explanation of the domain of gods to you all. Hearing this, Entel, Carter, and the others hurriedly replied respectfully. Linya looked at Wu Yan. A beautiful smile appeared on her flawless face. I'll leave the matter of the ring of power to you, Wu Yan sighed. I can only say I'll do my best. That's enough. Garen nodded. He reached out and patted Wu Yan's shoulder. In short, I'll leave everything to you, little guy. Wu Yan nodded heavily in front of the three guardians. The three guardians smiled. Then, the three guardians leaped into the air and entered the domain of gods. Wu Yan watched as the three guardian gods disappeared into the gates of the domain of gods. Behind him, the royals of the three empires and the guardian clans looked at him with complicated feelings. Even the three emperors and the patriarchs of the guardian clans could only exchange a few words with the three guardian gods. Wu Yan, on the other hand, was treated as an equal by the three guardian gods. In fact, the three guardian gods seemed to be asking Wu Yan for a favor. Why is this Wu Yan so lucky to be valued by the three guardian deities? At this moment, regardless of whether they had a good or bad relationship with Wu Yan, this was the only thought left in their minds. Enz lowered his head, his eyes flashing with jealousy and hatred. When he raised his head and looked at the land of gods, all of that jealousy and hatred turned into a strong fanaticism that almost surged out of his body. From En's point of view, the reason Wu Yan was valued by the three guardians was because he reached the 9th stage at such a young age. If he, Enz, could also become a 9th stage powerhouse, then he would also be valued by the three guardians. He might even be able to turn the tables and defeat Wu Yan, who had defeated him time and time again. The land of gods. Enz looked at the land of gods with a greedy gaze. I must get a chance to reach the 9th stage in there. At this moment, Entel also spoke. Remember this, all of you can only stay in the domain of gods for 10 days. After this period of time, the guardian tree will expel all those who are still in the god spirit grounds and close the gate to the god spirit grounds. Entel's eyes were like lightning as he looked at the people behind him. Whether or not you can get a chance to evolve within these 10 days will depend on yourselves. Everyone clenched their fists and tensed up. Ka, Jaffer, and even Sylph had a solemn look in their eyes. Wu Yen looked at Sylph's serious expression and spoke softly. "Do you want to come with me?" Sylph looked at Wu Yen and hesitated for a moment before nodding. Sylph didn't know Wu Yan's true strength, but she was certain he was stronger than her. It would be good to have someone to look after her. Besides, Sylph didn't want Wu Yen to shoulder the fate of the entire Spalier world. If possible, she would like to help Wu Yen find the key to the Ring of Power. Carter seemed to have overheard the conversation between Wu Yen and Sylph. He glanced at them and said, "After you enter the domain of gods, all of you will be randomly separated. If you want to move together, then all you have to do is let a certain part of your body come into contact with each other when you enter the domain of gods, and that will do." Before anyone could react, Carter continued with a serious expression. "However, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you want to evolve in the domain of gods, you will have to pass the Guardian Trees test. Only those who pass the test will have the chance to evolve." Furthermore, Carter looked at everyone who held their breaths. Finally, his gaze landed on Wu Yen and Sylph. "The more people you have in your group, the harder the test will be." Many people's expression changed when they heard this, including Sylph. Chapter 1073. The more people you have in your group, the harder the test will be. Kite's words caused quite a number of people, who had been planning to rely on their numbers to pass, to become confused. Their faces were filled with struggle as they looked at each other. It's not just that the more people you have in your group, the harder the test will be. Way aside. The higher the tier, the harder the test will be. When a low-level person and a high-level person work together, the difficulty will increase according to the opponent's strength. Guda reminded coldly. Everyone's chances are equal. The Guardian Trees test for everyone is absolutely equal. Entel shook his head. Although the test has become more difficult, the rewards you can obtain are also proportional to the difficulty of the test. If you move together, the higher the difficulty of the test, the better the rewards you will obtain. The choice is still in your hands. The reminder of the four higher-ups caused everyone to lower their heads and ponder. Sylph also reconsidered entering the domain of gods with Wu Yen. Suddenly, a large hand patted her slender shoulder and chuckled. "Since the test is fair, why don't we go in together? No matter what the test is, we will definitely pass it." Sylph's eyes flashed and she turned around to look at Wu Yan's confident face. Her frosty expression melted a bit and she nodded in agreement. "Let's go in together. Sister Sylph." Almost at the same time, a voice so sweet that it gave one goosebumps echoed in the air. "Let Lana pass the test of love with Sister Sylph." When they heard this, both Wu Yen and Sylph grimaced at the same time. "Let's go." They no longer hesitated. Wu Yen reached out and grabbed Sylph by the waist. Sylph jumped into Wu Yan's embrace as if she was blessed by a stroke of luck. Wu Yen leaped into the air. He soared into the sky. He didn't even bother to greet them. He turned into a ray of light and flew towards the entrance of the domain of gods with Sylph in his arms. It didn't take long for them to enter the domain of gods. Only the sighs of Entel, Carter, Gida, and Weya, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, could be heard on the scene. The clamor of the crowd that couldn't remain calm and Rena's exasperated screams mixed together and spread out. Clouds were floating in the boundless sky. However, the sky was green. Suddenly, the space in the green sky distorted violently. Then, an illusory vortex appeared out of thin air. Not long after the illusory whirlpool appeared, a stream of light shot out from the whirlpool like a meteor. It hovered around for a while before stopping. Two figures appeared from within the stream of light. Is this the domain of gods? Looking at the green sky in front of him, Wu Yan's expression was one of shock. Isn't the land of gods a palace? Why does it look like we're outside? Yes, this is the domain of gods. Sylph, who was in Wu Yan's embrace, explained calmly. However, Father once said that the domain of gods isn't as simple as it looks. It is supported by the power of the Guardian Tree. Sylph recalled the information she got from Carter and said, "The palace we saw outside is actually the core of the domain of gods. The treasures in the domain of gods are all in that palace." The divine tree won't allow anyone to enter the palace of the realm of the gods. Sylph said as she looked at the green sky. The land of gods is a crevice between the core palace and the outside space with the power of the guardian tree. Only when we find the gate of the core palace in the land of gods can we obtain the treasures left by the gods. In other words, the so-called land of the gods is actually a spatial crevice between the core palace and the space outside. Wu Yen was speechless. Since it has created a spatial crack, the power of the guardian divine tree is even more terrifying than I imagined. The guardian tree is a treasure to begin with. Sylph nodded. Even though the guardian tree has gained a terrifying amount of power after being infused with the power of the three gods, the ability to create spatial rifts is something the guardian tree has always possessed. That's why the three gods chose the guardian tree to be the overseer of the divine lands. Sylph sighed, which was a rare sight. After all, the most effective way to get to a place 10,000 meters below the sea is to directly pass through space. Otherwise, even a demigod powerhouse would find it extremely difficult to get to a place 10,000 meters below the sea and find the land of gods, let alone someone below the demigod level. From a certain point of view, the guardian tree is the best treasure in the land of gods. Wu Yen nodded in understanding and he helplessly laughed. In other words, the first test for the guardian tree is to find the entrance to the core palace of the domain of gods? Sigh. Sylph closed her eyes. If we want to find the door to the core palace in the land of gods, we have to pass the guardian tree's test and gain its approval. Only then will the guardian tree show us the door to the core palace. Perhaps, finding the entrance to the core palace of the place of gods is the final test for the guardian divine tree. Who knows? You're right. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Wu Yen pulled himself together. If that's the case, let's explore the domain of gods. Sylph nodded and agreed to Wu Yan's suggestion. However, before they could make a move, a strange phenomenon occurred. Wu Yen, who was hovering in the air, suddenly felt the flying spell he cast disappear along with his mana. Wah! Wu Yen was shocked. While he was stunned, his body tilted and he fell down. The sudden change caused the two people involved to be unable to react in time. By the time they regained their senses, the ground was already only about 10 meters away from them. Wu Yen didn't have time to think about what happened. He tightened his grip on Sylph's slender waist and turned around so that he could cushion the fall. Alas, what Wu Yen is doing is pointless. The reason for that was because below them was not solid ground. Instead, it was a lake. With a splash, the two of them, who were completely unaware of the current situation and didn't even use their magic, fell into the water. Not sure if it's because of the sky, the lake is also green in color. Ripples spread out from the surface of the lake, and it didn't take long for the lake to calm down. Wu Yan's head popped out from the center of the ripples, and he spat out a mouthful of water like a duck before he started retching. Cough cough. What kind of water is this? It's so disgusting. It's worse than Sanlu's milk powder. Coughing a few times, Wu Yen grimaced and his expression tightened. Where's Sylph? Wu Yen scanned the lake and didn't see Sylph anywhere. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Don't tell me she doesn't know how to swim. The more Wu Yen thought about it, the more likely it was. He quickly took a deep breath and dove into the lake. The water in the lake was very clear. Because of the jade-like luster, the visibility was also much clearer. It obviously looked very beautiful, but who would have thought that this water was even worse than the water used to wash feet? Wu Yen didn't want to taste it again after tasting it once. He held his breath and scanned the lake, trying to find Sylph. The lake is surprisingly big. There aren't any fishes or shrimps in the water, but it's very spacious. Wu Yen swam through half of the lake and he couldn't even catch a glimpse of Sylph's clothes. This made him more and more impatient. Sylph was a Tier 8 powerhouse. If a Tier 8 powerhouse drowned in the lake, he would become famous. Fortunately, just as Wu Yen was about to evaporate the lake, a faint figure appeared in front of him. Her eyes were closed and her long blue hair fluttered in the water as she sank deeper into the lake. Who else could it be but Sylph? Wu Yan's eyes lit up with joy. He quickly swam over. Chapter 1074. The sky was green, the ground was green, and even the space here was glowing green. The surroundings were silent. There were no clouds in the sky, and there were no signs of life. If one had to say what was moving in this world, it would probably be the green lake that was bubbling and rippling. On the surface of the lake, the ripples gradually reverberated and became more and more intense. A head suddenly emerged from the ripples, panting heavily. It seemed that it had held its breath for quite some time. Before she could catch her breath, Wu Yen pulled Sylph out of the water as well. He carried her soft body and swam towards the shore. Sylph! Sylph! He let Sylph lie down on the ground. Her eyes were closed and her body was drenched. Her face was expressionless and her breathing was barely discernible. Wu Yen quickly patted her cheeks. Hey! Don't scare me. I don't believe a Tier 8 powerhouse would drown because she can't swim. You can't scare me. With a forced smile on his face, Wu Yen forced himself to laugh out loud. His guilty laughter reverberated around the room, causing the atmosphere to become a bit heavy. Wu Yen checked Sylph's nose. She's still breathing. Wu Yen sighed in relief. He looked at her face that was covered in water droplets and he sighed after a bit of hesitation. Forget it. It's not like I haven't kissed you before. Wu Yen gulped as he lifted Sylph's chin and he brought her lips closer to his. Last time, you forced a kiss on me. This time, I'll return the favor. I'm not going overboard, right? Wu Yen tried to comfort himself. Moreover, we are engaged. It's okay for us to kiss each other. After saying that, Li Yundong nodded. Wu Yen took a deep breath. His expression turned ferocious as he kissed Sylph's lips. A cold and soft sensation entered his mind. Wu Yen couldn't help but stick out his tongue. He licked her alluring red lips. However, it didn't take long. He then realized that this was not the time to do such a thing, so he passed the qi in his mouth over. After taking a few deep breaths, Sylph finally showed some reaction. Wu Yen was overjoyed. The next moment, Sylph stood up and coughed. She spat out a mouthful of lake water as she coughed. Wu Yen finally felt relieved. He hugged Sylph and patted her back. How are you? Are you okay? Cough. Cough cough, cough cough. Sylph coughed a few times. She only stopped when she could no longer cough up water. Her face was as pale as a sheet, making her look even more delicate than the Ice Princess. She looked around in a daze. Her gaze landed on Wu Yen. When she saw how wet he was and how cold she felt, she finally remembered what happened. She shook her head weakly. I'm fine. You don't look fine at all. Wu Yen smiled bitterly when he saw Sylph's pale face. He wiped away the water droplets on her face. If you're not feeling well, it's best if you tell me. It'll be bad if something happens later. Sylph has never been treated like this before. She tilted her head awkwardly as she watched Wu Yen wipe away the water droplets on her face. Wu Yen spoke in a gentle tone while wiping away the water droplets on her face. I'm really fine. I just feel a little cold. Cold? Wu Yen didn't feel relieved when he heard Sylph. Instead, he was shocked. You're the Ice Princess, how can you feel cold? Indeed, Sylph is an expert in ice magic. She shouldn't feel cold. Sylph finally realized what she had just said. She was stunned for a moment, but the cold air that came from her wet clothes made her feel cold. This feeling couldn't be fake. She carefully checked her body. Suddenly, her expression changed. I can't use my mana. Huh? Wu Yen was shocked. He knew Sylph wasn't joking when she said that. He immediately tried to use his own mana. Mana surged like a tidal wave within his body. It's like a torrential river. Rumbling sounds could be heard as it flowed through his body. In the entire world of Silveria, Wu Yan's body is probably the only body that can contain this amount of mana. However, the mana that used to be so obedient is no longer under Wu Yan's control. The mana is still there, but he can't control it. Wu Yan's expression turned ugly. It seems like the reason why I fell was because I couldn't use my mana. Sylph nodded in agreement. Her expression wasn't as bad as Wu Yan's, but it's still a lot colder than usual. Wu Yen frowned as he looked at the green sky. Is there no way to use mana or combat chi in the realm of gods? That's right. If that's the case, there's no way Father didn't mention it at all. Sylph refuted Wu Yan's guess and she gave her own answer. However, Father said that every region in the place of gods has some rather troublesome restrictions. It seems that we have now entered a region where there is no way to use magic or even do qi. This is really... Wu Yan showed a troubled expression. This is going to be troublesome. Without mana, Wu Yan will lose a lot of tricks up his sleeves. For example, the tactics in the 103,000 grimoires require magical power to perform. Without magical power, even if Wu Yan has a large number of tactics in his mind, he wouldn't be able to use any of them. Also, familiars that used mana as their bodies couldn't be released if the host lost their mana. In other words, Wu Yan can only use his superpowers and the peerless skills from infinite martial arts. Fortunately, the Gate of Babylon did not require the support of mana. The armaments inside could also be used, and the Red Jade mode could also be activated. This was good news. Even so, Wu Yan's strength has decreased by a lot. Previously, Wu Yan was able to challenge those who are stronger than him. Now, he can only fight at the level of a Tier 9 mid-tier. He can even fight at the level of a Tier 9 mid-tier if he summons his familiars, but now, he can only fight at the level of a Tier 9 mid-tier. Sylph's situation is even worse. All her strength is in magic. She can't use her mana. How is she different from a normal person? It's no wonder Sylph felt cold even though she's an expert in ice magic. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Sylph tightened her arms around her body. She looked at Wu Yan with a grim expression. Otherwise, we won't be able to deal with anything without mana. But can you still walk in your current state? Wu Yan shook his head when he saw Sylph shivering. Her face is getting paler and paler. I don't think you can walk in your current state. Hold on. Carry me and leave, Sylph said without hesitation. We'll be fine once we get out of this place. We don't even know how big this place is. Wu Yan objected. I'm afraid you'll fall sick before we even get out of here. Even if you can use your mana, you'll be weak by then. Sylph lowered her head when she heard this. Wu Yan softened his voice. You have to adjust your condition to be able to deal with what's coming next. Otherwise, it'll be too late to regret if you lose your loot in the domain of gods. But, Sylph said with a troubled expression, what if an enemy appears? You don't have to worry about that. Wu Yan smiled. I might not be able to use my mana, but I have a few combat techniques that don't require mana or impetus. I should be able to bring out the strength of a Tier 9 fighter without a problem. Sylph loosened her tense expression. Wu Yan laughed out loud at her response. Anyway, let's take off your clothes first. Chapter 1075. In any case, take off your clothes first. This sentence was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear. It reverberated in the silent space and spread in all directions, causing the atmosphere to drop to a freezing point. Wu Yan and Sylph stared at each other. One had a smile on his face while the other had no expression on her face. Perhaps it was because of her pale face that she suppressed the blood rushing up her body. However, Sylph stared at Wu Yan without a hint of emotion in her eyes. It made Wu Yan feel pressured. Gradually, a water droplet slid down his forehead. It's unclear whether it's a water droplet or a sweat droplet. However, the smile on his face froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sylph stared at Wu Yan. She didn't say anything, but she tightened her grip on her clothes. It's like she wants her clothes to stick to her body. It's also like she's afraid that someone might try to steal her clothes. Her eyes turned vigilant. After a moment of silence, Wu Yan's stiff smile returned to its original state. If I say I mean no harm, would you believe me? Sylph continued to stare at Wu Yan silently. Her arms tightened around her body, telling Wu Yan the answer in her heart. The smile on Wu Yan's face disappeared. He lowered his head and distanced himself from Sylph. I'll turn around. Hurry up and change out of those wet clothes. Finished. Wu Yan wanted to turn around, but Sylph's sudden words froze him in place. Where's the change of clothes? Once again, the scene returned to its silent state. Wu Yan and Sylph looked at each other without speaking. The atmosphere around them was getting colder and colder. If someone were to appear here right now, they would probably. Even if someone were to appear here, they would still be in such an atmosphere. They wouldn't dare to move, right? After a long time, Wu Yan took a deep breath. He hesitated for a moment before asking. Could it be? You didn't bring a change of clothes? Sylph didn't answer him directly. She said indifferently. I came to the domain of gods. The meaning behind Sylph's words was clear. They came to the land of gods to search for opportunities to transform themselves, not to go on an outing or stay in a hotel. He rubbed his forehead. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that the moment I entered the place of gods, there would be so many small troubles instead of big ones. Sylph's face turned paler and paler as time went by. Her body trembled more and more violently. If this drags on, Sylph will catch a cold and have a fever. Sigh. He sighed with a headache. Wu Yan waved his hand as if he's about to explode. Since you're my fiancé, you can take your clothes off. The air around them froze. Sylph stared at Wu Yan with her icy blue eyes. Wu Yan looked like he's going all out because he can't think of a solution. Sylph's eyes flashed and she started hesitating. Fiancé. Sylph recalled the night she forcefully kissed Wu Yan in his room. She looked at Wu Yan again and sighed in her heart. Honestly, Sylph felt that she would never do something like that to another man. Yet she did it to Wu Yan. Sylph didn't know why she did what she did that day. But she didn't dislike that kind of intimate contact with Wu Yan. Similarly, she didn't dislike being Wu Yan's fiancé. No man has ever been able to reach such a level in Sylph's heart. Never. Sylph could still remember the time when she learned about Wu Yan's relationship with the girls at the Ailu Imperial Palace. She made a decision after learning about the relationship between Wu Yan and the girls around him. She would first get engaged and spend some time with him. If she realized that he wasn't suitable for her, she would annul the engagement. If they were suitable, she wouldn't mind serving Wu Yan with the girls around him. Memories of her time with Wu Yan flashed through Sylph's mind. Sylph understood what Wu Yan is trying to do. Let's not talk about whether or not they're suitable for each other. Wu Yan is the best person of the opposite sex that she's gotten along with at this stage. Besides, Wu Yan hugged Sylph and gave her first kiss to Wu Yan. She rarely touched Sylph's body except when she was bathing in the shower. She tightened her grip on her clothes. She looked up at Wu Yan, who had a troubled expression on his face. Sylph sighed in her heart. If that's the case, I might as well acknowledge him. As the thought flashed through her mind, Sylph propped her trembling body up and stood up. What the hell are you doing? Wu Yan grumbled when he saw Sylph struggling to stand up. She looked like she could collapse at any moment. You can tell me what's wrong, I'll help you. Before Wu Yan could finish his sentence, Sylph's next move stunned him. His eyes bulged out of their sockets and his jaw dropped. He couldn't stay calm any longer. The clothes that were soaked in the lake water fell to the ground with a muffled thud. A small cloud of dust and water droplets rose from the ground. Following this muffled sound that was neither light nor heavy, it was as if some kind of chemical reaction had taken place. The same sound, along with the pieces of clothing that had fallen to the ground, reverberated in a rhythmic manner. When the last piece of clothing fell to the ground, Wu Yan's pupils dilated at the sight before him. Her skin, which was as white as a pearl, sparkled under the green sky. It was like a fresh gem, with a trace of dazzling luster. Her two ivory thighs were trembling slightly. They were white and flawless, without a single flaw or pollution. She was a beautiful woman. She was a beautiful woman. Exposed to the air, her round breasts didn't seem to be affected by gravity. She stood there proudly, stealing the attention of the only spectator present. Droplets of water slid down her slender collarbone and fell to the ground along with her seductive curves. Wu Yan's heart was also touched by the sight of the water droplets. Wu Yan's mind went blank after witnessing Sylph take off her clothes and expose her most beautiful secret to him. Sylph's pale face flushed red under Wu Yan's intense gaze. However, this was the best she could do. At the same time, she lost all her strength as her beautiful body was exposed to Wu Yan's eyes. She slowly fell to the ground, Wu Yan snapped out of his daze. He leaped forward and pulled Sylph's naked body into his embrace. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat when he touched Sylph's body. He almost threw her away out of reflex. Wu Yan forced himself to calm down and looked at Sylph's condition. He opened his mouth but no words came out. Sylph seemed to have used up all her energy to remove her clothes. She was panting slightly and her face was filled with fatigue. Let's find a more secluded place. Someone might come here. To say such a sentence in such a situation was simply ambiguous to the extreme. Wu Yan's mind went blank for a second. He nodded stiffly and he looked around in a panic. Then he hugged Sylph's smooth body and they entered a bush that was tall enough to cover the two of them. They arrived at a small clearing. With the cover of the reeds, Sylph's tense body relaxed a little. Start a fire. You might have taken off your clothes but you'll still be cold. Oh. Wu Yan stuttered in response. Still in a flustered state, he took out a tool that he exchanged from the system and used until now. He clumsily placed his hands on the ground and pressed a button on a certain spot. A warm bonfire started burning in a blink of an eye. Sylph finally stopped trembling. She sighed as she looked at Wu Yan, who still hasn't recovered from the shock of the situation. Your clothes are wet too. Take them off. Wu Yan, who was still in the middle of processing his brain, froze again when he heard this sentence. She could only nod her head in a daze. Chapter 1076. The sky is blue and the ground is green. The fluorescent light is slightly distorted in this green world. The tall reeds and grass were also abnormally green. Everything here seemed to be the only color that could allow them to survive in this world. There were no signs of life, nor were there any signs of activity. Although a gentle breeze would blow past this place from time to time, and this place was filled with an indescribable liveliness due to the monotonous green, the deathly stillness that permeated the air made it hard for one to breathe. However, at some point in time, within this monotonous green, there was suddenly a tiny fiery red. There is a bonfire burning in the middle of a patch of tall reeds that doesn't require any fuel. There is a crackling sound coming from the fire. It sounds like the sound of burning tree branches. The sound echoed in this eerily silent environment, adding a hint of activity to the atmosphere. Next to the bonfire, there is a black male outfit and an ice blue female outfit hanging on a tree branch. Drops of water dripped from the branches to the ground, proving that they are still wet. However, with the hot bonfire beside them, it shouldn't take much time to dry them up. Next to the bonfire and the clothes hanging on the tree branch, there is a man and a woman hugging each other. On their bodies, completely naked. I believe that if there was a lucky person who saw this scene, the first thought that would arise in their mind would definitely be the kind that is not suitable for children and would easily make people blush. Only the two of them know that even though they are hugging each other, there is not a hint of perverted thoughts in their hearts. That includes the man. They have been in this state for quite some time now. It wasn't that the two of them were intimate, but it started from the moment he hugged Sylph. From beginning to end, Wu Yan didn't let go of her. At the same time, even though it's so easy to fall in love with her, Wu Yan couldn't even muster the slightest bit of lust. It's not that Wu Yan has turned over a new leaf and has seen through the world of mortals. It's just that he still hasn't gotten his chaotic mind to work properly. In other words, Sylph did it right in front of him. After taking off the clothes, Wu Yan's mind has been blank. He still hasn't recovered from the shock. Starting a bonfire, taking off the clothes, drying the clothes, all these things. Wu Yan did all of this under Sylph's instructions while he was still muddle-headed. While hugging Sylph's naked body, he couldn't help it. It's not that Wu Yan is an idiot, or that he's too careless, or that his mental fortitude is too weak. It's just that this development came too suddenly. It happened so suddenly that Wu Yan didn't have a chance to change his mind. He could only maintain his muddle-headed state until now. As for Sylph, for some reason, she didn't ask Wu Yan to let go of her. She stayed in Wu Yan's embrace after giving her instructions. She leaned against Wu Yan's smooth skin and she fell into a state of deep silence. Wu Yan always thought that this kind of development would only happen in his dreams. However, as he hugged Sylph's soft and supple body, He could feel the smooth sensation in his heart telling him that she's not going to give him a chance to escape. Everything was real. Sylph really did strip herself naked in front of him. Wu Yan kept replaying the scene of Sylph taking off her clothes one by one. Wu Yan's eyes were still in a daze. After a long time, he finally regained some semblance of rationality and regained his senses. Sylph's body was pressed against his. They were like a pair of lovers trying to warm each other up in a snowstorm. There wasn't even a centimeter of space between them. Sylph's pale face was now rosy again. Her body stopped trembling. Apart from the fact that she couldn't summon her mana, she was back to normal. However, Sylph didn't leave. She lowered her head and buried it in Wu Yan's chest. She didn't say a word, nor did she cover her body. She exposed herself to Wu Yan. If Wu Yan didn't feel Sylph's gaze on him, he would have thought Sylph had fainted. His hand around Sylph's waist twitched a little. Wu Yan couldn't help but have a thought when he felt the warmth and smoothness of her skin. Is this person in my arms really the Ice Princess, Sylph? If she is, why would she do something like this? If that was the case, why was her body so hot when she was as cold as ice? If that was the case, then why did she stay in his arms and not leave? Countless questions arose in Wu Yan's mind. He lowered his head and looked at the woman in his arms. The first thing he saw was her seductive body. Then he saw her round breasts that he can't ignore. Her breasts are bigger than Shokuho Misaki's. Next, Sylph's icy blue hair covered her eyes. Her eyes were barely visible. Her fair skin was tinged with a hint of red. Her face was cold and beautiful enough to cause the downfall of a kingdom. He has to admit, Sylph is beautiful. She's beautiful. At the very least, among all the girls around him, only Violet and Ikaros can surpass Sylph in terms of temperament. In terms of appearance, Sylph isn't inferior to most of the girls. In addition, the other party was now in a state of honesty with him. This kind of beauty was even more soul-stirring. However, no matter how beautiful Sylph is, she couldn't suppress the doubts in Wu Yan's heart. Forcefully kissing her, this kind of behavior could be explained as a result of her personality. However, taking off all her clothes in front of the opposite sex? Based on Sylph's personality, would she do something like that? Perhaps, but Wu Yan doesn't believe it's because of her personality. A girl's most precious secret, even if Sylph is willing to reveal it, Kate and the imperial family wouldn't. No matter what, Sylph is still a princess. But Wu Yan couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Sylph raised her head and met Wu Yan's gaze. She was expressionless as usual. However, Wu Yan's sharp senses told him that Sylph has changed. It's not her appearance or her personality, it's her attitude. It's her attitude towards him. Sylph shook her head and said, I just acknowledged you. Acknowledged? Acknowledged? I admit it. Sylph nodded. She met Wu Yan's gaze head-on. I just hope you won't forget about me when you give the women around you a proper status. Wu Yan was confused. Are you really going to marry me? Maybe not in the past. Sylph replied softly. The determination in her voice made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat. But from now on, I will only marry you. Sylph. Wu Yan avoided eye contact with Sylph and he sighed. Is that okay? Why do you ask? I don't believe you don't know. Wu Yan bitterly chuckled when he met Sylph's gaze. I have a lot of women around me. I told you. Sylph didn't waver in the slightest. I don't mind serving you with them. I know. But that's not the problem. Wu Yan said in annoyance. I have a lot of women around me but I love them wholeheartedly and so do they. But I have feelings for you. Sylph's cold voice interrupted Wu Yan. You don't have feelings for me? Wu Yan was speechless. Sylph closed her eyes. From now on, I will only marry you. Are you sure? Wu Yan gnashed his teeth and his eyes sharpened. What if I kill your father in the future? What if I destroy the Ailu Empire? Sylph raised her head and glared at Wu Yan. I will kill you. And kill myself. You. Wu Yan's expression was bitter. You are incurable. What's your answer? Sylph asked. Marry. Or not? Marry. Why not? Wu Yen glared at Sylph. He reached out with both hands and he rubbed her plump breasts. I hope you don't regret this. My body. I can't take it away. Father will be angry. Sylph grabbed Wu Yan's hand and got up. The rest is up to you. Wu Yan couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed Sylph's head and he pressed it down on her. The ripples continued without stopping. Chapter 1077. Perhaps it was because there was no night in the land of gods, but after 10 hours or so, the sky was still as green as ever. There was no change in the sky at all. Among the reeds on the rack, his wet clothes were already dried. He picked up his clothes and put them on one by one. His face showed an absent-minded expression. If one were to look closely, they would notice that his line of sight is constantly looking at the green lake not far away. Sylph is squatting on the shore of the lake. She's fully dressed. She's feeding herself mouthfuls of water from the lake. However, she's not drinking water. Humans can't drink the water from the lake. She's just rinsing her mouth. Wu Yen sighed with a strange look in his eyes. He had a bitter expression on his face. No one would have thought that not long ago, the icy princess, Sylph, tried to force a wolf to marry her. She even had sex with him. Even now, Wu Yen is still doubting whether what happened to him is real or not. As mentioned before, everything happened too fast. Even though the wolf had licked the beautiful princess from head to toe and the beautiful princess had served the wolf comfortably, he still felt like he was in a dream. It was not real and not real. It's too unbelievable. However, the truth is that Wu Yen did have intimate contact with Sylph. Even if it didn't devour the ice princess, the ripple it created was on the same level as devouring Sylph. Or rather, it's a little too crazy. Recalling how Sylph did what he asked her to do, Wu Yan's heart burned with passion. He wanted to charge at her again. He wanted to push Sylph down. At this time, Sylph also walked over from the lake. Her face is still expressionless. Even though she lost her mana, she's still expressionless. Sylph's cold aura didn't weaken in the slightest. Believe it. Looking at Sylph's current state, no one would believe that it was only a short while ago. Not long ago, she was kneeling in front of a wolf. If he didn't feel Sylph's gaze softening, Wu Yen would have suspected that she's teasing him. Wu Yen shook his head and he calmed himself down. He looked at Sylph with a serious expression. Are you okay? Don't you need to rest? No need. There's no need. Sylph gave a curt reply. My body is fine now. I can move normally. I see. Wu Yen nodded. He knew it's useless to persuade her. Then, we should start looking for the entrance to the core palace. Wu Yen looked around at the lush greenery around him. He felt a bit troubled. But how are we supposed to find it? As long as we can gain the recognition of the divine tree will open the door to the core palace to us. Sylph said with a frown. There's no need to look for the entrance. That's true. Wu Yen nodded and chuckled. If that's the case, let's take it one step at a time. First, let's leave this area. Sylph looked at Wu Yen. Your mana is sealed, your strength is greatly reduced. I can't use my full power either. If we don't leave this area soon, we won't be able to pass the Guardian Trees test. Is that so? Wu Yen scratched his cheeks and he grinned. I think the Guardian Trees test is already here. Sylph was stunned for a moment before she realized what Kiran was implying. You mean to say that leaving this area while our powers are restricted is a test the Guardian Tree has set for us? It's just a guess. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. But it's very likely, Sylph pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That's true. Our mana wouldn't be sealed if there's no reason for it. That's why we just need to leave this area. Wu Yen snapped his fingers and the gate of Babylon began to ripple. A sword hilt with a weathered aura came out of the gate of Babylon and landed in Wu Yan's hand. At the same time, a black and transparent bow with a beautiful and elegant appearance like a black crystal appeared as well. It was Nyedyen Shana and Meteor Knight. Fortunately, even though my mana is sealed, I still have a certain amount of power left. It shouldn't be a problem for me to deal with some dangerous situations. Wu Yen tightened his grip on Nyatanshana and he handed Meteor Shower to Sylph. You can use this. This is your armament. Sylph's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as she accepted the Meteor Shower. It's a gold armament. Wu Yen nodded and smiled. It's called Meteor Knight. Even ordinary people can use it, but you can't use it casually. You have to look at the situation. Its power is enough to destroy everything in your field of vision. Sylph's expression turned serious. She tightened her grip on the Meteor Knight and looked at Wu Yen meaningfully. Such a powerful armament. Can you just hand it over to me like this? All right. Wu Yen couldn't help but laugh. Wu Yen hugged Sylph's slender waist and planted a kiss on her soft cheeks. If a gold armament can be exchanged for a princess, I will go and find 10 more of the same. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and he smirked at Sylph. What about you? Can you find 10 more Sylphs? Sylph's eyes trembled. She shook her head and spoke in a soft voice. There is only one Sylph and only one Sylph that belongs to you, that's enough. Wu Yen interrupted Sylph with a bitter smile. If you keep talking, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist pouncing on you. Sylph lowered her head, the corner of her lips slowly curled into a smile. Perhaps due to the fact that mana and impetus are restricted in this realm, Wu Yen and Sylph didn't encounter any danger along the way. It's only natural that the divine tree would test those who enter the domain of gods. It's to give them a chance to obtain good fortune, not to take their lives. The 3 gods who built the domain of gods wouldn't allow their descendants to encounter danger in the domain of gods. That's why even though there are all sorts of obstacles in the domain of gods, it's not to the point of risking one's life. There's no doubt that if a demonic beast were to enter this realm where mana and impetus are restricted, even if it's only a rank 1 demonic beast, it's enough to devour anyone who enters this realm. Since there's such a restriction, there shouldn't be anyone who possesses a certain level of power in this green realm. Only a special existence like Wu Yen would be able to wield such power in this realm, right? With Sylph in his arms, Wu Yen used his taser ability to control invisible iron sand to wrap around his limbs. He flew at a low altitude and continued forward. This method of using iron sand to propel his body into flight, he hasn't used it since he gained mana. After all, compared to this kind of flying method, the flying tactics in the 103,000 grimoires are much more flexible and the speed is also faster than using iron sand. He didn't think he'd be able to use this method again after such a long time. Of course, even with the ability to fly, Wu Yen is still flying at an altitude of less than 10 meters above the ground. He doesn't want to free fall again due to some kind of accident. Wu Yen maintained a steady speed as he flew in one direction. They don't have a map of the domain of gods, so they can only use this stupid method. If they keep flying in one direction, they'll leave this area sooner or later. With this thought in mind, Wu Yen continued to fly. His speed wasn't fast, but he left behind a series of afterimages. However, the scene that appeared in front of him caused him to be in a difficult position. He suddenly stopped and looked ahead with Sylph. Both of them frowned. That's because there's no path in front of them. No, to be more precise, everything in front of them is covered by a green mist. Chapter 1078. The emerald green smoke-like fog was like clouds that came from the distant sky. Wisps of green light flickered faintly. The green fog covered everything in front of it. As it moved, one could vaguely see the shadows of trees and rocks rippling along with the fog. Mist? Floating in front of the green mist, Wu Yen and Sylph exchanged glances. They both hesitated. Should they go in or not? Although there was no danger in the land of God due to its uniqueness, there were things that were more important than danger in the land of God that people could not overlook. It's the test of the divine tree. No one knew what kind of test the guardian tree would give them, or what method they would use to pass the test. There was no way to be sure of these things. However, there was one thing that he was certain of. If he wandered around recklessly because there was no danger in the God Spirit land, he would not be able to pass the Guardian Divine Tree's test. He would have to wait for another 10 years before he could enter the God Spirit land again. To the people who entered the place of gods, The test to protect the Tree of Gods was something they had to pay more attention to than danger. If there is a trial for the guardian tree in this misty land, Wu Yen and Sylph will have to enter it. But when one's vision is limited, there are many accidents that can happen. Let's go in. Sylph looked at Wu Yen and said while Wu Yen was still hesitating. Don't forget that the domain of gods is only open for 10 days. We've already wasted a day. Wu Yen sighed when he heard Sylph's words. You're right. Time is limited, we don't have time to waste here. Wu Yan's forehead flashed with lightning as he slowly descended to the ground. In a situation where vision was limited, it was best to move forward on foot. Flying around randomly would only increase the number of accidents. Sylph held Shauna tightly in her hand and Meteor Shower in her other hand. Both of them held each other's hands. Don't let go of my hand after we enter. Wu Yen said in a low voice. He said to Sylph, I don't want to get separated. Sylph nodded but her hand tightened. She expressed her wish. Wu Yen took a deep breath and led Sylph into the green mist. They're not sure if it's a psychological effect or if it's real, but they're in the middle of the green mist. Wu Yen and Sylph both felt that the mist was very cold. In addition, the green fog looked like some kind of poisonous gas, so the two walked very cautiously. Even their footsteps slowed down. Neotono no Shana's blade started burning with red lotus flames. Even so, it couldn't increase Wu Yen and Sylph's field of vision. The heat didn't affect the mist at all. The mist continued to spread and their visibility was very low. Everything in front of him is covered in mist, only the flames on the Neotono Shana emitted a different color. The surroundings are silent, not even the chirping of birds or beasts can be heard. After walking for a while, Wu Yen started to feel a bit depressed. Hey Sylph. Is it really okay for us to continue like this? Wu Yen felt a little restless. He wanted to say something. We don't even know the direction. Sooner or later, we'll get lost in this mist. Sylph said. Wu Yen continued to walk forward while waiting for Sylph's reply. He waited for a few minutes but Sylph didn't say a word. Wu Yen felt a little helpless. Well, I know you don't talk much but at least talk to me. If you treat me like an outsider, I'll lose my sense of superiority. Sylph's mocking tone echoed in the green mist, but she didn't respond to him at all. Wu Yen was a little dissatisfied. He shook Sylph's hand and turned around. Hey, you should at least say something. As Wu Yen spoke, a pair of red eyes shifted behind him. Just as he was about to face Sylph's cold face, an unexpected scene entered his vision. What appeared in front of Wu Yen wasn't Sylph's slender body. Instead, it was a body made up of green mist. Thick tree roots crawled around the body. The hands of this body were made up of 2 green pythons, one of which Wu Yen is holding in his hand. The head that should be Sylph's cold and beautiful face is a head without a face. It's filled with small snakes crawling around like a beehive. Goosebumps rose all over his body. His wine-red pupils shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Almost at the same time, the green python in Wu Yan's hand let out a long hiss and opened its huge mouth, revealing sharp fangs that gleamed with a cold light. It shot out like a spring and viciously bit Wu Yan's arm. Wu Yan felt a sharp pain in his arm. His mind that was in a state of chaos due to the sudden change of events finally came to a realization. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. The flames on the Neotono no Shana expanded and engulfed Wu Yan's entire body. The flames crawled through the python that bit his arm and climbed up the green mist figure that was crawling with snakes and pythons. The green mist figure let out a pitiful cry like a baby as it was engulfed by the red lotus flame. The green mist figure was covered by the red lotus flame. Amidst the cries and hisses of snakes, it didn't take long for the green mist figure to be incinerated into nothingness along with the python and small snake. Not even a trace of them was left behind. The red lotus flame that burned on the surface of the Nin Temple Shana retracted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wu Yan's appearance was revealed. However, his expression was ugly. When did this happen? Wu Yan gritted his teeth and suppressed the shock in his heart. His expression was ashen. His strength may be greatly reduced, but he still has the strength of a Tier 9 fighter. Yet, he didn't even notice that he was holding onto a python and a monster following behind him. This wasn't a big deal. After all, this was the land of gods, and the one in charge of it was the guardian tree. It wasn't strange for anything to happen here. But the most important thing was, where the hell did Sylph go? Looking around, all he could see was green mist. There wasn't even a shadow of a person in sight. Damn it. Wu Yen tightened his grip on Een Temple Shana. Just as he was about to come up with a plan, a wave of dizziness came from the depths of his mind. The scene in front of him started to shake and his mind went blank. His vision became blurry as time passed. Wu Yen was overcome by a strong sense of drowsiness. He lost his balance and knelt down on one knee. Resisting the drowsiness that came from an unknown source, Wu Yen turned his hazy eyes towards his arm. There, the two bloody holes where the python bit him, and it's slowly recovering. Obviously, this inexplicable drowsiness must be related to being bitten by the python. Wu Yan's expression turned even uglier after he understood the situation. If the python was poisonous, then Wu Yan's terrifying vitality and recovery ability as a true ancestor shouldn't be affected at all. However, Wu Yan was already affected. This proves that the python's poison isn't a life-threatening poison, it's just a hypnotic effect. After all, there was nothing life-threatening in the land of gods. The python only had the ability to hypnotize people, so it was understandable. But for Wu Yan, he'd rather be poisoned instead. At the very least, poison can't kill a true ancestor like him. However, hypnosis, which isn't very harmful, can affect a true ancestor. The bad thing is that Wu Yan can't use his mana to dispel the hypnotic effect. He can't use spells to counter it either. Seriously. Wu Yan forced a smile as a drop of sweat rolled down his forehead. This is going to be troublesome. After that, heavy drowsiness overtook his consciousness. Wu Yan couldn't resist the strong drowsiness. He closed his eyes and collapsed. Chapter 1079. When he regained consciousness, Wu Yan groaned in pain as he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Shaking his head, Wu Yan clutched his head as he struggled to stand up. When he finally stood up, he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that entered his vision was the blood-red light of the setting sun. When Wu Yan saw the scene at dusk, he froze in place in astonishment. Sunset? Sunset? Wu Yan scratched his head, he's confused. Before he lost consciousness, he was still in a green world, trapped in a green mist. Why did everything return to normal the moment he woke up? Did the mist dissipate? Is this what the mist looks like? Wu Yan tilted his head in bewilderment. So there are normal places in the land of gods too. Wu Yan shook his head as he mocked her. Then, he recalled something and he lifted his head abruptly. Sylph. Sylph is gone. Wu Yan subconsciously scanned his surroundings. What appeared in front of him made him flabbergasted. Not only did the green fog dissipate, the green world disappeared, the setting sun appeared, and the surroundings returned to normal. Even the scenery had completely changed. Currently, Wu Yan is standing on a long red carpet. Around him are wooden benches arranged in 2 rows that stretched all the way to the end of the hall. The surroundings were filled with flower petals, and the crisp sound of bells reverberated in the air. It sounded like the bells of Christmas, but there were some subtle differences. It gave people an involuntary feeling of happiness. Taking in his surroundings, Wu Yan's eyes are filled with confusion. Where am I? Why does this look like a wedding venue? People get married in the domain of gods? Wu Yan couldn't help but reach out his hand to scratch his face out of habit. However, when he extended his hand, he discovered his sleeves are white. Or rather, it should be said that the clothes he was wearing now were white. Furthermore, it was a pure white suit. Looking at his current outfit, he's flabbergasted. This is a wedding. It can't be me, right? Very soon, someone answered his question. Why are you still here? Don't you know everyone is waiting for you? A light voice came from behind him, waking him up from his stupor. He reflexively turned around and looked behind him. And with that one look, Wu Yan's expression changed. The owner of the voice is a beautiful girl. Her long chestnut-colored hair fluttered in the wind, mixing with the petals around her. As it rose and fell, it emitted a charming fragrance, making people wonder if it was the fragrance of the young girl or the petals. The color of her eyes was also chestnut-colored, which matched her elegant long hair extremely well. However, what was most eye-catching was that it was still that peerlessly beautiful face that was pouting coquettishly. The girl put her hands on her hips and leaned forward. She looked at Wu Yan like she's looking at a naughty child. Her beautiful face is full of coquettish pouting, but there's an unconcealable sense of happiness on her face. It's a testament to how happy she is right now. She's wearing a white suit. She's not very slender, but her curves are very beautiful. The hem of the suit rippled in the wind. It's eye-catching. It's a wedding dress. She's wearing a wedding dress. With a coquettish expression, the girl standing not far away from him muttered the girl's name in a dumbfounded manner. Asuna? That's right. The girl standing in front of Wu Yan is Asuna. He hasn't seen her in a long time. She's Wu Yan's real fiancée. This. Wu Yan's heart is filled with uncontrollable ecstasy as he stared at Asuna's smiling face. At the same time, he's also confused. Why are you here? Huh? The smile on Asuna's face froze, and a dangerous look appeared on her face. Are you going to tell me that you don't know why you're here? That. Looking at the familiar expression of the lover he hasn't seen for a long time, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel happy, and at the same time, he couldn't help but laugh. If you can tell me, I'll be happy. You. Asuna stared at Wu Yan angrily. She then helplessly covered her forehead. I thought that other than being muddle-headed when you sleep late in the morning, you're usually very smart. Asuna then angrily shouted at Wu Yan. Did you forget that today is our wedding day? Yes. Wu Yan was stunned. Wedding? What's with that look on your face? Asuna raged when she saw Wu Yan's incredulous look. Is it that weird to marry me? Or are you going back on your words? No. Wu Yan shook his head. It doesn't matter what's going on, he wants to marry Asuna. You know how I feel about you. Asuna's expression eased up a bit. She hugged Wu Yan's arm and she hugged his arm. Forget it, no matter what, everyone is waiting for us to enter. Let's go. Asuna grabbed Wu Yan's arm and led him forward. Wu Yan followed Asuna in a daze. As the two of them walked, a beautiful church gradually appeared in front of the two of them. On both sides of the church, a group of people who were gathered together turned their heads in unison when they heard the footsteps. Immediately, they burst into laughter and cheered at the same time. Oh, we've been waiting for you. What a model couple. A young man waved at Wu Yan and Asuna. I thought you guys were late for your own wedding. The one who said this is a man with stubble on his chin. He looks like he's been through a lot. It's impossible for Yan to be late for something like this, said a young man standing at the side with a friendly smile. Well, you're not shy, are you? After all, we're getting married. Although I've already experienced it once in Saw. This was a burly man with a stocky back and a bear-like waist. He was tall and had dark skin. Listening to the teasing of the four, Wu Yan was surprised. Kirito, Clive, Keita, Agile. Onan, you're here? A girl with a gentle and timid expression greeted Wu Yan with a smile. If you didn't come, everyone would have gone to find you. Well, I think there's no way they wouldn't come. A young girl stepped forward and laughed loudly. After all, let's not talk about this for now. Our Ming Rinai has always been thinking about getting married. Yeah. A cute girl with two ponytails nodded and said enviously. Marriage is a beautiful thing. Wu Yanganai-san and Asunagi-san will definitely take it seriously. You have me to thank for that? The last girl standing with the other three puffed out her chest proudly. I'm the one who planned this wedding. See. Liz. Silica. Cheyenne. Wu Yan opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Of course, just because he didn't say anything doesn't mean the others didn't say anything either. Okay, the wedding is about to start. Let's go. Wu Yan and Asuna, who blushed but still had a beautiful smile on her face, were pushed forward by a group of men and women. On the high platform, there was already a petite figure with long, straight, black hair standing there. When she saw Wu Yan and Asuna, a big smile appeared on her face. "Daddy, Mommy, congratulations. It's Yui." "Yui." Asuna giggled before Wu Yan could process what she just said. "Thank you, Yui." Yui shook her head and said, "I'm Mommy and Daddy's daughter. I'm the happiest person to see Mommy and Daddy get married. You don't have to thank me." Yui walked up to Wu Yan and handed him a box containing a ring with a sweet smile on her face. "Daddy, I'll leave Mommy to you." Chapter 1080. "Daddy, I'll leave Mommy to you." The young and tender voice was clearly heard by everyone present. Everyone revealed a kind smile and started to shout. Ring exchange, ring exchange, ring exchange, ring exchange, ring exchange. For a moment, the entire church was filled with rhythmic shouts, making the atmosphere of the church extremely lively. Asuna, one of the people involved, blushed a little. Asuna's chestnut-colored eyes stared at Wu Yan's face. She didn't look away for even a second. Her eyes were filled with hope. Asuna's breathtakingly beautiful face coupled with her flawless white wedding dress. In this world, there was probably no one who had the ability to refuse to personally put on the wedding ring for such a beautiful girl under this kind of gaze, let alone Wu Yan, who has been married to Asuna for a long time. He looked at Asuna's hopeful face and then at the sparkling diamond wedding ring. Wu Yan didn't know what was going on. He didn't know how to react to this sudden turn of events. He reached out and picked up the wedding ring. Wu Yan remembered the wedding ring in his hand. It's the wedding ring he bought when he proposed to Asuna before leaving the Dominion of Swords. Now, he finally had the chance to put the ring on Asuna's finger in front of all of her friends and family. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel excited when he thought about this. He held Asuna's hand and everyone held their breaths as they watched Asuna's happy and hopeful expression. Slowly, he put the ring on her hand. Yen. Just as he was about to put the ring on Asuna's gloved hand, a familiar and anxious voice echoed in Wu Yan's mind and interrupted him. Asuna paused for a second. She looked at Wu Yan in confusion. She didn't understand why he suddenly stopped. Beside him, Yui exclaimed softly. "Daddy, what's wrong?" Yui tugged at Wu Yan's sleeve as she urged him to hurry up. "Hurry up and put the ring on Mommy. Mommy is waiting for you." "Oh." Like a clumsy child, Wu Yan nodded his head in a hurry. While continuing with his actions, he started to get suspicious. Was that an illusion? Wake up, Yen. This time, the voice is clearer and more anxious than before. Just as Wu Yan is starting to get suspicious, the voice echoed in his mind again. After confirming that he didn't mishear, Wu Yan's expression changed. He stopped what he was doing. The smile on Asuna's face disappeared. Around them, Yui, Kirito, Klein, Suda, Agil, Sachi, Uz, Shili, Cheyenne, and other friends looked at each other and frowned. "Yen, what are you doing? Hurry up and put the ring on your wife. She's been waiting for you." "Yen. Daddy." Voices of reproach and urging came from the crowd. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile helplessly. He lowered his hand that was holding the wedding ring. "Yen, Daddy. What are you doing?" Seeing this scene, everyone's voice began to contain traces of anger. Asuna even forced a smile, her eyes filled with heart-wrenching sadness. "Yen, are you not going to marry me?" Looking at the sadness in her eyes, Wu Yan's heart would have clenched into a ball if it was in the past. He would have crushed her to pieces if he saw her like this. But this time, Wu Yan wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he had a gentle smile on his face. He reached out and caressed Asuna's smooth cheek. The warmth of her skin tugged at Wu Yan's heartstrings. The smile on his face grew gentler. "Why wouldn't I want to marry you?" Wu Yan shook his head mockingly. He looked into Asuna's eyes. "I want to marry you all the time. I want to marry you more than you do." "Then why don't I put the ring on your finger?" Wu Yan interrupted Asuna and he tossed the wedding ring away without hesitation. Because I don't want to put this fake ring on your finger. In his eyes, the bewilderment that had been present since he woke up completely disappeared. Wu Yan's voice resounded. The person I want to marry isn't the fake you, the fake me? Asuna didn't know what Wu Yan was talking about. She didn't know what he was talking about. But Wu Yan didn't care. He was still caressing Asuna's cheek. I am sorry, Asuna. Please wait for me for a little while longer. Wu Yan hugged Asuna and he closed his eyes. His voice was soft, but his determination didn't leave a trace of doubt in his voice. Soon, we will be able to see each other. At that time, we'll have a good discussion on how to hold our wedding ceremony. Although you will be very angry at that time, you might even ignore me. After all, you're not the only one I want to marry. But, Asuna, please believe me, I do love you. So, Asuna, please wait for me, and... He stepped forward and kissed Asuna's forehead. Thank you for letting me see the face of the person I haven't seen in a long time. His voice trailed off. Kacha. The sound of glass shattering came from all around. One after another, the sound of glass shattering drowned out all other sounds. Space started to distort and spin like a whirlpool. It didn't take long for it to shatter inch by inch. The entire church shattered into pieces. His friends and family, Kirito, Yui, and even Asuna in front of Wu Yan were affected by the extreme distortion of space. It was as if they were in a mirror. They slowly dissipated as the mirror shattered. Heaven and earth turned into chaos. In the land of gods, amidst the green mist, Wu Yan, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes. He bounced up and stabilized himself. His face was covered in sweat. It was as if he just had a terrible nightmare. In fact, Wu Yan's dream wasn't a nightmare. It was a beautiful dream, but it didn't make him feel relieved. You brat, you finally woke up. Suddenly, a childish voice filled with inconceivable majesty reverberated within Wu Yan's body. This voice is the same one that woke Wu Yan up when he fell into the dream world. It's you, Natsuki. Wu Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He said gratefully. Thank goodness you woke me up, or else you might have to keep sleeping like this. Natsuki's harsh reprimand struck Wu Yan's mind. You idiot! If I hadn't sensed that your condition was a little abnormal and woke you up in time, I'm afraid you would have been immersed in that beautiful dream and slept for a long time. I didn't expect this either. Wu Yan exhaled heavily. I thought being bitten by the snake would only make me sleep for a short period of time. I didn't expect it to create a dream. It's a dream created by a loophole in my heart. It's really... Wu Yan's life in the Sword and Saber Dominion dungeon is pretty much perfect. Not only did he get to know a bunch of good friends, he also got himself a perfect lover and a cute and obedient daughter. Isn't this kind of dungeon life worthy of being called perfect? If there's one regret, it's that he didn't get to give Asuna a proper wedding when he left the Sword Saber Dominion. But that can't be helped. Asuna still has parents and she's only 18 years old. It won't be easy for her to get married. But he didn't expect that this regret would be exploited to create such a dream. If Natsuki didn't wake him up in time, it wouldn't have been dangerous. It's just a dream. But by then, Wu Yan would have had to sleep in the realm of gods for a full 10 days before being sent out. It's a different kind of danger. Chapter 1081. After this incident, Wu Yan was able to confirm one thing. The final obstacle of the so-called test of the Guardian Tree was that it wanted to waste the 10 days of the trial in the realm of gods for nothing. If they fail to pass the Guardian Tree's test and enter the core palace within 10 days, they'll lose their chance. Take Wu Yan for example. If Natsuki didn't wake him up in time, he would have been immersed in his blissful life with Asuna and Yui. He would have spent 10 days in his dream before the Guardian Tree teleported him out of the domain of gods. It seems like I'll have to be careful. Realizing this, Wu Yan's vigilance went up. He doesn't want to be sent out of the realm of gods without even seeing what the core palace looks like. Even if the ring of power wasn't involved, it wouldn't do him any good. Will my magic power be restricted in this area? Natsuki's consciousness that entered Wu Yan's body became cautious. In other words, You won't be able to summon your familiars in this area? Yes. Familiars are a collection of mana with their own consciousness. Before they're released from their master's body, they're nothing more than a body of consciousness. In the end, the process of vampires releasing familiars was to awaken the consciousness of the familiars that were hibernating in their bodies. The vampires would then use their own mana to create a body based on the consciousness of the familiars and release them from their bodies. Familiars, on the other hand, are nothing more than a body of consciousness before they're released. For example, Gu Cheng's familiars would go berserk. When a familiar goes berserk, Koju can't even control his own body. That's because the berserk familiar is extracting mana from his body to create its own body. Otherwise, Koju wouldn't be in so much pain. That's why, without mana, the familiars can only remain in their body of consciousness. As the host, Wu Yen can't even borrow their power, let alone release them. Looks like we won't be able to help you. Natsuki's blunt voice entered Wu Yan's mind. It's best if you leave this area as soon as possible. Otherwise, with your current means, you won't be able to escape. With your current strength, you won't be able to defend against the Guardian Tree's endless barricades. I was thinking the same thing. Wu Yan nodded. He looked around at the green mist. But before that, we have to find Sylph first. Hurry up if you can. Natsuki's voice was as stern as it was back when she was still an offensive officer. The mist here is a little strange. The sooner we leave, the less likely we'll get into trouble. Wu Yan's expression turned serious. In terms of strength, Natsuki might not even be a match for me before she transformed into a familiar, but she had spent a full 10 years as an attack mage, dealing with magical disasters and dealing with demons. She had encountered almost all kinds of strange things. Her rich experience allowed her to see through the essence of strange things. If she says the mist is a little strange, then she's probably right. Right away. Wu Yan didn't waste any more time. He closed his eyes and tried to sense Sylph's presence. Now that he has lost his mana, he can't use any detection or search-type tactics. Trying to find someone in this thick fog is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Sylph still has Meteor Shower with her. Meteor Shower is Wu Yan's noble artifact. He is the only one who can use it. If someone else wants to use it, he must agree to it. A noble relic is a miracle of materialization. It's the crystallization of longing. It's the ultimate weapon made from fantasy. In other words, a noble relic isn't a physical existence. The green mist permeated the air. Wu Yan closed his eyes and immersed himself in sensing the surroundings. He's trying to locate Meteor Shower. Soon, a faintly discernible connection appeared in his senses. Opening his eyes, Wu Yan dashed towards a certain direction. His extreme speed created a shockwave that blew away the green mist around him. Wherever he passed, a tornado-like vortex was created. It looked like the green mist was forcefully sliced apart, leaving behind a trail. However, it didn't take long for the surrounding green mist to fill in the gap and completely cover up the trail. Grasping that connection, Wu Yan turned into a blur as he dashed forward at breakneck speed. He could feel the meteor shower closing in on him. Sylph. She's right there. Wu Yan looked at the green mist in front of him. When he was less than 10 meters away from where he sensed Sylph's presence, he increased his speed to cover the distance. At the next moment, the familiar icy blue figure finally appeared in front of Wu Yan. Delighted, Wu Yan opened his mouth and wanted to shout, but when he saw the situation inside the green mist, his expression froze. Even his flying body stopped. His expression changed a few times before it turned into a look of astonishment. Hearing the commotion, the figure in the green mist turned around and looked in Wu Yan's direction. Her icy blue eyes flickered for a brief moment before returning to normal. She turned around and looked at Wu Yan without saying a word. This was to be expected, because now was not the time to leisurely greet others. Wu Yan was stunned. He looked at the two figures in front of him and didn't know how to react. That's right. There are two figures. Of course, Wu Yan wouldn't have reacted like this just because of the two figures. More importantly, the two figures in front of him looked like they were in full view. They have the same icy blue hair, the same icy blue eyes, the same icy blue feathered clothes, and the same icy cold face. Everything. They are exactly the same. There are two sylphs. This. Wu Yan took a step back when he saw the two sylphs aiming their meteor shower at each other. He became cautious. Is this another dream? No. It's not a dream. If it's a dream, it's impossible for a pure consciousness like me to be immersed in it. Natsuki's voice echoed in Wu Yan's mind. It's probably an illusion. Illusion? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at the two figures. So, you're saying that these two sylphs might be fake? To be precise, one of them is fake. Natsuki explained without hesitation. After all, a person can be fake but an artifact can't be fake. But Wu Yan was confused when he heard Natsuki's explanation. But even though I can sense the presence of meteor shower, I can't tell which of the two sylphs' meteor showers is the real one. Since it's a dream and an illusion, it shouldn't be difficult to fool your senses. Natsuki said softly. She was also observing the two sylphs in front of her. If it wasn't for the fact that your artifact is an illusion artifact, you wouldn't even be able to sense where it's at? Wu Yan smiled bitterly. He has to admit that Natsuki is telling the truth. Wu Yan scanned the two sylphs back and forth, trying to distinguish the real one from the fake. Unfortunately, the two sylphs' actions, expressions, and demeanor are exactly the same. Even their bone-chilling aura was displayed in front of him. He couldn't tell which one was the real one. The two sylphs were aiming their meteor shower at each other. Their hands were on the bowstring as if they were ready to draw the bowstring at any moment. Their icy blue eyes were locked on each other as if they didn't realize that Wu Yan was standing on the other side. Their actions fit the sylph's personality perfectly. It's impossible to tell them apart. Chapter 1082. In the green fog, the two beautiful ice blue figures stood facing each other from a distance. From beginning to end, they didn't say a word. They just pointed their weapons at each other, but didn't react at all. This made Wu Yan feel a little troubled. Usually, in such a situation, the best way to deal with it was to let the two parties open their mouths to explain themselves. Then, they could extract useful information from their words and see through the fake. However, with Sylph's personality, even if she was asked to explain or divulge some useful information, she probably wouldn't do it. A normal person would have tried to prove that they're the real Wu Yan. However, Sylph remained expressionless. Wu Yan didn't know if she didn't care about Wu Yan seeing through her disguise or if she didn't want Wu Yan to see through her disguise. If it weren't for the fact that she lost all of her power, she would have attacked Wu Yan already. Usually, Sylph's cold personality is considered to be very otherworldly. But now, her cold attitude has made the situation even more difficult to deal with. Wu Yan felt a headache coming on. He looked at Sylph on the left and he hesitated for a bit before he asked her in a hesitant tone. Sylph? The Sylph on the left glanced at Wu Yan and she nodded in response. It's obvious she's telling Wu Yan that she's the real one. However, the Sylph on the left didn't say a single word. There's no way to prove that she's the real Sylph. It should be said that only Sylph would be able to maintain such a cold attitude in a situation like this. However, the Sylph on the right didn't even try to explain herself when the Sylph on the left nodded. She continued staring at Wu Yan as if she wasn't afraid that Wu Yan would believe her. Her behavior. Only Sylph would be able to do that. Wu Yan, who didn't get the right answer, turned to the Sylph on the right. Your Sylph? The Sylph on the right didn't even look at Wu Yan. After a while, she spat out a few words in a soft voice. She's a fake. Yan Jian. Jia. Her attitude was still cold. But who would be able to distinguish the truth from the lies with just one sentence? Wu Yan felt a headache coming on. At this moment, Natsuki spoke. Try using the system sense. Wu Yan was stunned. He quickly activated the system sense. A stream of light flashed through his wine-red pupils. Sylph? Ailu, level 74. Sylph? Ailu, level 74. Wu Yan's expression changed after he received the system's information. Even the system can't tell who's real and who's fake? Natsuki, who is connected to Wu Yan, heard the same thing. She lowered her voice. With the system's mystical abilities, it should be able to tell who's real and who's fake. I think so too. Wu Yan sighed. Instead, he answered. But didn't you just say that my senses would be somewhat clouded in here? You're saying? Natsuki said. It's not that the system can't tell who's real and who's fake. It's just that you received the wrong information? That should be it. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. He looked at the green mist. Natsuki, you said that there's something strange about this fog. Could it be that it's the cause of this? That's possible. Natsuki replied. It's very normal for a gas like fog to invade your body when you breathe. Under such circumstances, it's not strange for it to obscure your brain's senses. Then what should I do? Wu Yan's expression turned bitter. You have a different consciousness from me. Can't you help me? It's because we have different consciousnesses that I was able to wake you up when you fell into a dream. Natsuki explained in a calm voice. But don't forget, I'm still in your body. I can't directly access information from the outside world. I can only access information from the outside world by sharing your consciousness. Therefore, I can directly share the things you see with your consciousness. Naturally, this includes the illusions you see. It's fine if it's a dream, at least I can tell that you're in a deep sleep. But in an illusion, what you see is what I see and what you sense is what I sense. How can I tell? This is really… Wu Yan gritted his teeth. He waved his hand. Behind him, Wang Caibao's crimson space rippled. A red spear shot out and landed in Wu Yan's hand. It's the fantasy killer that can destroy all abilities. Wu Yan took a deep breath after brandishing the fantasy killer. Since it's an illusion, I should be able to break it with the fantasy killer, right? Wu Yan said it out loud, he didn't say it in his mind. The two sylphs heard him and turned to look at the red spear in Wu Yan's hand. One of them had a ripple in her eyes when she heard Wu Yan's words. Are you sure? On the other hand, Natsuki refuted Wu Yan's words. Maybe the fake sylph wasn't created by any special ability, but a natural phenomenon like a mirage? Fata Morgana? Wu Yan furrowed his brows. Can Fata Morgana imitate a person's actions and language? That's hard to say. After all, this is their territory. Natsuki sighed after saying that. Besides, are you really willing to stab your mistress with this spear? Wu Yan fell into silence, he felt helpless in his heart. Looks like I'll have to spend some points to find a way from the system, that's the only way. Natsuki agreed. Just as Wu Yan was about to open the system's list, Sylph put down her meteor shower and walked towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan paused. He stopped his hand that was about to pull up the system list. He looked at Sylph walking towards him with a frown on his face. He raised his guard and raised his guard. Sylph stopped in front of Wu Yan and locked eyes with Wu Yan. They stared at each other for a while before Sylph reached out and placed her hand on Fantasy Killer in Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yan's frown deepened when he saw this. What are you doing? Sylph looked at Wu Yan. Then she uttered a cold and firm statement. I told you, there is only one Sylph that belongs to you. Sylph grabbed Fantasy Killer's spear and stabbed it into the back of her hand before Wu Yan could react. In the next second, blood splattered everywhere. Are you an idiot? Wu Yan's expression changed when he saw the blood flowing out of Sylph's hand. He pulled out Fantasy Killer without hesitation and he grabbed Sylph's hand as he roared at her. There are many ways to tell. Why did you choose to hurt yourself? Sylph's cold expression melted when she saw Wu Yan's angry expression. Even though it was only a little, Wu Yan could clearly feel the warmth in her heart. Sylph replied with a single sentence. Even if I lost my powers, I am still Sylph. Her cold words touched Wu Yan's heartstrings. Natsuki couldn't help but sigh. What a strong self-esteem. This princess has a strong heart under her cold exterior. Wu Yan didn't know what else to say. However, after this battle, he no longer doubted that the Sylph in front of him was an illusion. Like Natsuki said, Sylph's self-esteem isn't something an illusion can replicate. Both of them turned their attention to the fake Sylph. Their gazes turned cold and indifferent. Are you still going to pretend? The fake Sylph put down her meteor shower. Wu Yen and Sylph thought the fake Sylph had given up. Who knew what happened next would cause their expressions to turn ugly? Chapter 1083. The green fog that had been slowly drifting in the surroundings suddenly rolled up violently. Full. The wind howled as the green mist swirled around Wu Yen and Sylph like a tornado. Wu Yen and Sylph were trapped in the center of the tornado. Wu Yen and Sylph froze and took a step back. Wu Yen extended his hand and shielded Sylph behind him. The Nayama no Shana in his left hand lit up with a bright red flame that illuminated Wu Yan's tense expression. He held Fantasy Killer in his right hand and pointed it diagonally to the ground to protect Sylph. When Sylph raised her meteor shower again, Wu Yen turned his attention to the fake Sylph. Wu Yen watched as the fake Sylph's expression turned sluggish. She looked like a lifelike doll. It was only at this moment that the fake Sylph finally revealed her impersonation. Of course, Wu Yen wasn't concerned about the fake Sylph. The real reason why his expression turned ugly and Sylph couldn't remain calm was because there were figures standing behind the fake Sylph. Those figures were none other than Sylph. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Looking at the sea of Sylph, Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wu Yen sighed at the same time. After the Misaka sisters, another Sylph army has appeared in front of him. Unfortunately, this so-called Sylph army isn't as cute as the Misaka sisters. At least, the Misaka sisters still have their own consciousness and soul. However, the Sylph army before him has dimmed down completely. Inside, there was a stillness like stagnant water. Moreover, it was filled with dullness. With a single glance, one could tell that they were not real humans. However, this is fine too. The flames on the Nayama no Shana in his hand expanded. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes and smirked. I don't need to hold back anymore. Not sure if he heard Wu Yan's words. Tens of thousands of Sylphs suddenly raised their hands and aimed their meteor shower at Wu Yen and Sylph. Then, silver dots of starlight slowly gathered in the hands of the Sylph who had drawn the bowstring of meteor shower. Wu Yen felt a chill down his spine when he saw this. He tightened his grip on his spear and sword. He could sense that the scene before him was definitely not as simple as an illusion. Be careful. Natsuki seemed to have sensed something through Wu Yan's consciousness. If you're hit, even if you're not in any danger, you'll fall into a dream just like you. Got it. Wu Yen replied in a serious tone in his heart. He raised his head and looked ahead. His wine-red eyes turned golden in an instant. Ding 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 ding. Amidst the green storm, a series of melodious syllables rang out. It sounded like water droplets hitting the strings of a zither. It was exceptionally pleasing to the ears. Amidst the melodious syllables, crimson spatial ripples spread out and covered the entire area. Then, black iron sand swords shot out from the spatial ripples. They tore through the air and rained down on the Sylph impostors. Meteor shower was Wu Yan's noble artifact. How could Wu Yan not know about it? It didn't have any supernatural abilities, nor did it come with any heaven-defying effects. Meteor shower only had one effect. That was the power of the ultimate. Might was everything about the meteor knight. Among all of Wu Yan's techniques, excluding Ruby Mode and his familiars, Meteor Shower was one of the most powerful techniques. Meteor Shower was definitely one of the top techniques. In fact, there weren't many techniques in the 103,000 grimoires that could compare to it in terms of pure power. However, under that extreme power, the Meteor Shower also had a flaw that couldn't be ignored. Drawing the bow and charging the arrow required time. The Sylph impostors were all illusions, and the Meteor Shower in their hands was a fake as well. It might have lost its power, but if it was hit, it would have some other effect. However, regardless of the consequences of being hit, since it was a fake meteor knight, the flaw was still there. Therefore, the best way to deal with it was to strike first. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The iron sand swords pierced through the air and landed on the Sylph impostors, tearing their bodies apart. The Sylph didn't even have the time to release her starlight arrows before they were shot by the iron sand swords. Their bodies instantly turned into green mist. The Sylph impostors were formed by the green mist. Wu Yen scanned the green mist around him and he used Nyatanshana to conjure up a fireball. Glancing at the red lotus flames on the Nyatono no Shana, Wu Yen raised it above his head. He spun it around and with a wave of his hand, a dense curtain of red lotus flames surged out like a tidal wave. It crashed into the swirling green mist storm. Boom! Amidst the muffled sound, the red lotus fire curtain enveloped the dense green storm and slowly began to burn. However, within the red lotus fire curtain, the dense green fog continued to revolve on its own and was not damaged at all. Wu Yen pursed his lips. He recalled the red lotus fire curtain and he captured Fantasy Killer. He didn't make a move for a long time. That was also natural. Although the Fantasy Killer could destroy all supernatural abilities, it was only limited to the part that was hit by it. The green storm was almost overwhelming, and it was impossible to eliminate it all at once. Let me try. Seeing that Wu Yen didn't make a move, Sylph pulled back the bowstring of Meteor Shower. Droplets of starlight gathered and formed a bright starlight arrow. Whoosh! Sylph let go of the arrow and the starlight arrow streaked across the sky like a meteor. It left a dazzling trail behind it as it flew into the mist storm. Bzzz. The meteor-like arrow suddenly landed on the rotating fog storm. In an instant, the fog storm paused and a ripple appeared at the point where the meteor-like arrow collided with it. As the ripples reverberated, green mist rolled out from the center of the meteor-like arrow and enveloped the arrow. Then, the arrow was sucked back into the swirling mist storm. It had actually swallowed the arrow shot out by the meteor knight. Sylph's eyes turned cold. She raised her meteor shower and when she was about to fire another arrow, Wu Yen stopped her. The green mist can't be destroyed. Don't waste your energy. While saying this, Wu Yan's gaze was fixed on the spinning green storm in front of him. Instead of wasting time on the mist, it's better to think of a way to leave this place. Our goal isn't to fight the mist. Sylph pondered for a moment and nodded. The green mist started raging again. Like a whirlwind, the mist took the shape of humans. They lined up in front of Wu Yen and Sylph. Wu Yen waved his hand and he activated Gate of Babylon again. Countless iron sandswords were fired at the humanoid green mist. Before they could fully materialize, they were all scattered. Sylph. After the humanoid shapes were dispersed, Wu Yen opened his hand to Sylph. Sylph immediately understood and threw herself into Wu Yan's embrace. Let's go! Wu Yen tightened his grip on Sylph's waist and leaped into the air. Tiny iron sand particles that couldn't be seen with the naked eye wrapped around his body and carried him towards a corner of the green mist storm. Bang! It was as if something had been shattered, and a rather large hole had been created in the green fog storm ahead. Whoosh! With Sylph in his arms, Wu Yen charged out of the encirclement. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 1084. The sky was dark green, the earth was dark green, and the forest was thick and lush. Above it all stood, a small stream of green water flowed down from a strange green mountain peak in the distance. It was like a small green willow that adorned this forest where even the tree trunks were green. Even though everything was green, it gave off an exceptionally tranquil feeling, causing the surroundings to appear slightly peaceful. Whoosh! However, this silence did not last for long. A rushing sound mercilessly broke it. On the other side, a ray of light suddenly rushed over. Immediately, it came to a violent halt as though it had suddenly braked. Only after it rubbed against the surrounding empty space did it slowly come to a stop and stayed in the air. Looking at the green sky, he lowered his head and looked at the dense forest below. Finally, he turned around and looked at the green mist behind him. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. Phew, that was close. I didn't think it would be that difficult. Sylph, who was in Wu Yan's embrace, nodded in agreement. She looked at the green mist with Wu Yan. The area covered by the fog was very wide. Moreover, it had the ability to confuse one's five senses. If it had not condensed by itself and turned into a storm to trap us, I'm afraid that it would not have been easy for us to walk out of that place. That's true. Wu Yan nodded in agreement. He sighed. I guess the mist reaped what it sowed. After that, the two of them looked at the direction of the green mist. In the distance, the green mist dissipated once more. Wu Yen and Sylph could vaguely see the green mist spreading in all directions. Wu Yen and Sylph could vaguely see the green mist blotting out the sky as it continued to spread. What made Wu Yen and Sylph speechless was the green mist. It was actually a form of encirclement. It surrounded the area where the two of them were in a circular shape. In other words, no matter which direction Wu Yen and Sylph chose, they would have to pass through the green mist. They would have to face the obstruction of dreams and illusions. Dreams and illusions. Wu Yen looked at Sylph in his arms. Have you fallen into a dream before? Yes. Sylph nodded. She replied softly, originally, before we entered the green fog, I was holding your hand the whole time. But I don't know when my hand was empty. When I reacted, I was the only one left. Then, my other self appeared in front of me and shot me with an arrow. After that, I fell into a dream. I see. Wu Yen asked curiously, what kind of dream did you have? Yes. You came to marry me. Sylph didn't try to hide anything from him. She didn't even know how much her words shook Wu Yan's confidence. She just continued talking to herself. And you only married me. You didn't bring the other girls with you. Wu Yen blushed with shame when he heard that. He laughed out loud. He also dreamt of marriage, but it was just a dream created by exploiting the loophole in his heart. If Sylph dreamt of marriage as well and he only married her, doesn't this mean that Sylph doesn't want to share herself with Hinajiku, Mikoto, and the others? But that's also true. Which girl would want her other half to have other lovers? Even a girl like Kurumi should be more or less concerned, right? Shaking his head, Wu Yen chuckled as he asked again. Then, how did you leave the dream? Yes. There was a loophole in the dream. Sylph's cold voice stunned Wu Yen. Loophole? What loophole? Father congratulated me. Sylph explained. If I'm married, Father will never congratulate me. He'll just find a crime and execute my husband. That's what Father would do. His mind went blank and he almost couldn't keep up with his calculations. He tripped and fell down. His sweaty face had evolved into a head full of sweat. It seems like he didn't realize the extent of the Ailu Emperor's daughter's control. I have to be careful next time. Sylph's lips curled up slightly when she saw Wu Yen sweating profusely. It lasted for a second or two before it disappeared. She then looked around. Although we've left the green fog's encirclement, we seem to be in another encirclement. Wu Yen, who was planning to kill Kite first to ensure his own safety, paused for a bit when he heard Sylph's words. He started looking around. Wu Yen and Sylph noticed that they were surrounded by a mountain range that reached into the clouds. The mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see and surrounded the area. Wu Yen and Sylph exchanged glances with each other. They both frowned at the sight of the mountain range. Do we have to cross this mountain range if we want to leave this forbidden area? Wu Yen looked at the mountain range in front of him. He couldn't see the top of the mountain range. This mountain range had already reached into the clouds of the green sky. Don't tell me we have to fly to the top? Wu Yen bitterly laughed as he looked at the mountain range that soared into the sky. Is this the guardian tree's test? Could it be that the guardian tree didn't want anyone to enter the core palace of the place of gods? It wasn't unreasonable for him to say something like that. This area has already sealed off all mana and possibly Do Chi as well. Being in this area, unless one is like Wu Yen who has a special ability that doesn't require the support of Do Chi or mana, one wouldn't be able to wield even the slightest bit of power. They would be no different from a normal person. Even an idiot would know that a normal person wouldn't be able to cross the mountain range that pierced through the clouds. Moreover, it's only 10 days. Sylph seemed to have thought of this as well. She frowned and shook her head. The guardian tree wouldn't set a test that we can't pass. Sylph looked at Wu Yen. Didn't Father say that? The test set by the guardian tree varies from person to person. The stronger the person, the harder the test. The higher the number of people, the harder the test. So you're saying that the test is so difficult because we're too strong? Wu Yan gasped. If one of us is a tier 9 and the other a tier 8, our tests are already like this. What about the tests of the 3 demigod guardians? Maybe it's because you have some power here that the test is harder. Sylph said thoughtfully. After all, the guardian tree is a fair place. If the test isn't harder, it would be too easy for someone like you to pass. Wu Yan was speechless. Alright, I guess I'll have to fly to the sky to take a look. I guess that's the only way. Sylph nodded. With your power, it shouldn't be too hard. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Sylph. He sucked in a deep breath and he used his superpower to control the iron particles around him, and he flew up into the sky. Compared to the mountain range, Wu Yan and Sylph's figures were insignificant. They were so small that they couldn't be seen. However, at this moment, these tiny figures soared into the sky with a loud howl. Wu Yan and Sylph adjusted their breathing as the temperature dropped. Their ears were filled with the sound of the wind as they soared into the sky. Wu Yan and Sylph stopped above the clouds to observe their surroundings. They wanted to find the peak of the mountain range and climb it. However, the terrifying thing is that the circular mountain range is still extending upwards. If there is a universe in this world, then the peak of the mountain range must be in the universe. Sylph's mind went blank when she saw this. However, Wu Yan's eyes lit up and he pointed in a direction. Look over there. Sylph quickly turned around and saw something. At the corner of the mountain range, there was a huge hole. It looked like a giant mouth that could devour a person. Chapter 1085. Floating above the clouds, surrounded by green mountains like a heavenly mirror. The sky was green, and the clouds were also green. This scene made people unable to help but feel that it was unreal. With Sylph in his arms, Wu Yan flew towards the giant hole in the corner of the mountain range. He stopped about 20 meters away and looked at it with narrowed eyes. The hole is huge. It's huge. If Wu Yan were to stand in front of it, he would look like an ant standing in front of a wall that's more than 10 meters tall. The surrounding scenery was all green, and only the huge hole in front of them was completely black. Traces of gloomy aura blew out from it, like a monster with its mouth open, waiting for its prey to come to its door. It made people feel terrified. It's a good thing that the hole is dark and it's huge. That's why Wu Yan was able to find it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find a hole like this in the entire mountain range. Wu Yan and Sylph floated in front of the hole. They didn't say anything. However, if you look closely, you'll notice a solemn expression in their eyes. Now, the two of them have a rough idea of what this green world is like. Simply put, this green world is like a basin surrounded by a mountain range. With the central area as the center, there's a ring of green fog surrounding the area. Beyond the green fog is the mountain range that surrounds this world. However, the mountain range that surrounds this world is no ordinary mountain range. Also, no one has ever seen a mountain range that surrounds the entire world. The top of the mountain range is so far away that it's impossible to see it. If you live in this world, it's no different from being imprisoned in a large cage. Under such circumstances, the only way to get out of this huge cage was to cross the mountain range that stretched into the heavens and into the earth. However, they can't even see the top of the mountain range even from the clouds. It's unknown if they can find the top of the mountain range. Such a world. I'm afraid you can only see it in the place of gods. Now, there was a huge cave in the middle of the mountain range. Wasn't this telling others that if they wanted to leave, they had to go in? It feels like it's inviting us in. Wu Yan smiled. He smiled playfully. Sylph nodded. She looked into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. But we have no other choice. Indeed, the hole in front of them is their only hope of leaving this world. So, we have no choice but to go in. After saying the two sentences one by one, the two of them looked at each other. Then, they suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the dark hole. They shot towards it. After entering the hole, Wu Yan and Sylph's field of vision gradually faded away and was replaced by a thick darkness. If the green world gives off a strange and peaceful feeling, then this black hole gives off a strange and peaceful feeling. It's strange and eerie. It was as if the surrounding temperature had dropped by quite a bit. The two of them involuntarily stuck close to each other as they flew. However, their gazes remained fixed in front of them and did not leave for even a moment. The wind caused by their rapid flight hit their faces, causing their hair to dance in the wind. But even so, their gazes never left the room. About half an hour later, a bright light appeared in their field of vision. Their expressions tensed up. Wu Yen and Sylph looked at each other. They didn't say anything. Instead, they increased their speed and they charged towards the source of the light. They passed through it. Wu Yen stopped. The first thing that caught the eyes of the two hovering in the air was the door. That's right. It's a door. A 3-meter-tall door. Logically speaking, Wu Yen and Sylph should be happy to see a door. However, when they saw the door, they didn't look happy at all. Instead, they looked at each other and bitterly chuckled. It was not because of anything else, but because of those doors. There wasn't just one door there. Instead, there were countless doors that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was impossible to count how many of them there were. After passing through the hole, Wu Yen and Sylph found themselves in a spacious cavern. The surrounding rock walls were circular and stood in the middle of the vast cave. They were like stairs that were stacked layer by layer. On the stair-like rock walls, there were iron and copper doors that were arranged in an orderly manner. It made the entire cave look like a large graveyard. It was extremely gloomy. Glancing at the countless doors around him, Wu Yen felt like all the energy in his body was drained away. He shrugged his shoulders and a tired expression appeared on his face. I say, is the divine tree trying to get us to find the door to the core palace? Sylph. Sylph lowered her head. After a moment of silence, she spoke word by word. If that's the case, then one of these doors must lead to the core palace. That's true. Wu Yen sighed. But how are we going to find that door? We're not going to have to open them one by one, right? I don't think we have enough time even if we have 10 days. Although he didn't know how many doors there are on the stairs, he can't even estimate the number of doors with his perfect memory ability. One can only imagine how terrifying the number would be. If Wu Yen wasn't shackled, he might be able to find the correct door with some spells. But now, Wu Yen felt hopeless just by looking at it. At the very least, we can be sure that searching blindly is futile. Compared to Wu Yan's helpless expression, Sylph's expression was as calm as ever. It was as if nothing could stir up her emotions. Her voice was calm as well. The divine tree wouldn't set up such a hopeless test. There must be a hint that can lead us to the correct door. Or maybe there's something different about it. Let's hope it's a hint. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. If there's something different, I don't think we'll be lucky enough to find it. Sylph nodded. Wu Yen was surprised by her calm demeanor. Aren't you worried that you won't be able to enter the core palace? Sylph remained silent for a moment. She then said expressionlessly, I don't have high hopes for the domain of gods. Wu Yen was surprised to hear this. The domain of gods is a backdoor created by the creators of the 3 empires for their descendants. There are countless treasures inside that can change a person's life. If one can find a chance to transform in the domain of gods, even if they were originally trash, they might be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. They might even become a prodigy better than Sylph. It was also because of this that bullying of the weak, which could be seen everywhere in the other forces, was not very likely to happen in the royal families of the 3 empires. This was because no one could guarantee that the person they bullied would not be able to ascend to the heavens in a single bound in the land of gods. This wasn't something impossible. As for the group of geniuses, if they didn't gain anything in the land of gods, they would become a laughingstock. Wu Yen saw Ka and Jaffer wearing bitter expressions on their faces more than once. They're worried that they won't be able to gain anything in the domain of gods. Their reputation as geniuses would be tarnished if they didn't get anything in the domain of gods. However, Sylph, the most outstanding genius in the domain of gods, didn't seem to have high hopes for the domain of gods. Sylph noticed Wu Yan's surprise, so she asked him in a soft voice. Even if I lose my powers, I'm still Sylph. Even if I lose the chance to transform, I'm still Sylph. In her ice-blue eyes, that indifferent expression appeared along with her resolute words. Wu Yen once again realized that the girl in his arms is not as simple as she looks. Perhaps I underestimated this princess a little bit, that's not for sure. Chapter 1086. Time slowly passed. How much time had passed? Even in that green world, it was hard to tell, let alone in this cave where there was no sunlight. Only Wu Yen with his perfect memory can say with certainty that they have spent another day in this cave. During this time, Wu Yen and Sylph have been searching the vast cave for clues. They are looking for clues about the location of the true entrance to the core palace of the domain of gods. Unfortunately, after an entire day of searching in the cave, the two of them still couldn't find anything. It's not that they didn't find anything, the cavern is just too big. Wu Yen and Sylph spent the whole day looking for clues, but they only managed to cover less than 10% of the cavern. In other words, it would take them at least 10 days to search the entire cave. But the problem was that everyone could only stay in the domain of gods for 10 days. Wu Yen and Sylph have spent 2 days in the domain of gods. They only have 8 days left. They don't have enough time. Sigh. Wu Yen sighed for the umpteenth time and shook his head. He didn't know how many times he sighed and laughed bitterly. The guardian tree is really, constantly trying to give us time problems. Does it really want us to waste these 10 days so badly? Yes. That's why it's called a test. Sylph's eyes darted around the area as if she was trying to find some clues that she didn't have. If it's that easy to evolve, the treasures in the domain of gods would have been used up by the 3 empires over the past tens of thousands of years. You're right. Wu Yen nodded. He mimicked Sylph and he scanned the area. He looked at the doors that looked exactly the same as the one he saw earlier. His vision was blurry, and he could only helplessly sink his consciousness into his body and ask, Natsuki, do you have any ideas? Yes. If we can get out, we can. But right now, we can only stay in your body. What can I do? Natsuki's dignified voice was tinged with a hint of helplessness. Also, even if we can get out, our mana will still be sealed. If that's the case, we won't be able to get out. Wu Yen frowned when he heard that. Are we really going to have to continue searching here? Yes. Natsuki didn't respond to Wu Yen immediately. She waited for a while before sending her voice into Wu Yen's mind. Can't you find a way in the system? Yes. You're right. There are many mystical items in the system. I once fell into a maze in a dungeon world and used a compass that led me to the right entrance and exit. Isn't that enough? Natsuki asked curiously. At the same time, she contacted Wu Yan's consciousness and shared her memories with him. Natsuki couldn't say anything when she connected with Wu Yen. Do you know the reason now? Wu Yen said to Natsuki in an annoyed manner. With a flip of his hand, he took out a compass. Wu Yen used this compass once when he was trapped in the sealed labyrinth in the world of the Whirlwind Butler. It has the ability to guide the user according to the concepts in their mind, such as enter and exit. These vague words can be used to guide the user to the correct exit. This effect is perfect for the current situation. Wu Yen only needs to think about the concept of entering the core palace in his mind, and the compass will be able to find the real door. If it were that simple. If Sylph turned her attention to Wu Yen, she would be able to see the compass. Then, she would see the compass that was supposed to point in the right direction spinning around in Wu Yan's hand. This. Natsuki's voice turned serious. She asked with uncertainty, could it be that all the doors here are the correct entrances to the core palace? I don't know. Wu Yen went straight to the point. But Sylph told me. The guardian tree is responsible for opening the doors to the core palace. The guardian tree has the ability to open spatial passages. I think this is the entrance to the core palace. It has to be whichever door it wants it to be. It's not fixed at all. So, even the items in the system can't be used. Then how are we supposed to find the correct door? Natsuki's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. After all, no matter who it was, If they knew that the entrance to the core palace that they were searching for wasn't fixed and that someone else could open it wherever they wanted, not to mention being dissatisfied, they might even go berserk. To paraphrase Sylph, it's not a test if it's that easy to find it. Wu Yan laughed and slapped his cheeks. But looking at it from another perspective, it also means that Sylph's words are correct. The guardian tree doesn't want us to find the correct door among those doors. Instead, it wants us to pass the guardian tree's test based on a hint that might exist. Natsuki went silent for a moment after hearing Wu Yan's words. She asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" Wu Yan closed his eyes and he entered a state of deep contemplation. The surroundings are quiet, the pitch-black environment made the graveyard-like doors look eerie and scary. It's as if they could open at any moment and some demon or monster would come running out. If it was a normal girl here, they would probably stick to Wu Yan's body and seek protection. Sylph, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to all of this. She continued her search with all her heart and soul. Even in the darkness of the cave, Sylph still exuded a sense of presence that cannot be ignored. She was exceptionally beautiful. However, the only person who was fortunate enough to witness all of this was sitting there with his eyes closed. Until a certain moment, those wine-red eyes suddenly opened. It's futile to continue searching like this. In front of Sylph, Wu Yan denied all her efforts. Sylph froze and she turned around. She tilted her head and she asked Wu Yan. She wasn't angry at all. She tilted her head and she asked in a puzzled manner, "What are you talking about?" "Then what should we do?" Wu Yan looked at the doors in front of him when he heard Sylph saying the same thing as Natsuki. "It doesn't matter if it's real or fake. Since it's a door, shouldn't we open it first?" Sylph froze for a moment and frowned. "Isn't that a little too reckless?" "It's better than searching aimlessly." He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Sylph. "Maybe we can find some clues behind the door." Sylph furrowed her brows. She looked at Wu Yan's smiling face and she nodded in agreement. "All right, it's a good idea to try." "Okay." Wu Yan nodded. He looked ahead and locked his eyes on the door closest to him. "I'll give it a try." Although they don't know what's behind the door, no matter how they look at it, Wu Yan, who still has some power and is a man, is the most suitable candidate to test the door. Sylph knew that she would only be a burden if something were to happen to her in her current state. She didn't object and obediently took a step back. Wu Yan smiled and gave Sylph a reassuring look. He then walked towards the door closest to him. He placed his hand on the door. Feeling the rough and cold sensation, Wu Yan recalled the time when he found Boss's room in Swordsman's domain. At that time, he was also like this. He placed his hand on the door and felt the cold touch of the door. He was also prepared to face the SS of the gatekeeper, and this time, what kind of gatekeeper would be behind the door? With that thought in mind, Wu Yan focused his mind and with a push, he pushed the door open. Bzzz. The next moment, a strong light shone on Wu Yan from the other side of the door. Chapter 1087. Everything in front of him has turned into a vast expanse of whiteness. Wu Yan reflexively raised his hand to shield his eyes when the light shone on him. He also raised his guard to prevent any accidents from happening. When the light gradually dimmed, Wu Yan lowered his hand and scanned the area in front of him. What he saw made his expression change. In front of him is still a vast expanse of whiteness. There are only two figures in the area. One of them is himself. The other one was a petite girl who was floating in the air. She was wearing a red and white Gothic lowly outfit and a beret flower hat. She had a pair of broken necklace-like wings with crystals hanging from her back. She also had a demon-like tail. She was a petite girl. "Fu! Flan!" Wu Yan exclaimed when he saw the petite girl floating in front of him. "Isn't that Flandre-chan?" Perhaps she heard Wu Yan's exclamation. Flandre-chan lifted her head from under the beret flower hat. Her delicate and adorable face is exposed to the vast expanse of whiteness. At the same time, a pair of wine-red eyes similar to Wu Yan's was also exposed. When the two pairs of wine-red eyes met, Flandrachan's eyes lit up and a cute smile appeared on her face. She looked very happy, which made people's hearts relax involuntarily. "Big brother!" Flandrachan cheered as if she saw her closest kin. Her voice was filled with excitement, but unlike before, she didn't call out to Wu Yan and rush into Wu Yan's arms with enough force to break rocks. "Why is Flandrachan?" Wu Yan frowned when he noticed this. His expression turned ugly when he realized what was going on. "Is this another dream?" The answer to this question came from Flandrachan's next words. It had clearly and definitely been proven to be true. "Hey, big brother." A scarlet bloody light flashed through her wine-red eyes that were filled with joy. As this scarlet bloody light exploded, the joy contained within instantly turned into a thick baleful aura and blood energy. Flandrachan's lips curled into a sinister smile that sent chills down Wu Yan's spine. That childish voice. In the vast expanse of whiteness. It reverberated. "Come play with Flandrachan." That familiar expression, that familiar behavior, and those familiar words. She hasn't recovered her normal state of mind. It was the same old Flandrachan who was mentally unstable. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes shrunk when he realized this. "Flandrachan, you." But before he could finish his words, Flandrachan let out a sinister laugh and waved her little hand. A bloody vine suddenly burst out from the ground and pierced towards the retreating pupil. The tip of the blood-red vine enlarged in Wu Yan's eyes, causing his pupils to contract at an extreme speed. He tilted his head in the nick of time. Swoosh! The sharp end of the vine pierced through the air and mercilessly slashed Wu Yan's face, leaving a long wound on his face. Wu Yan finally came to his senses, his shrunken pupils constricted. "Hey, hey!" Flandrachan clapped her hands like an innocent child. "Come play! Come play!" Flandrachan extended her hand toward Wu Yan and opened her palm. Wu Yan's hair stood on end when he saw this. This isn't a joke. Flandrachan's action is a standard action when she unleashes her unique destructive ability. Tisk. Knowing this isn't the time to hesitate, Wu Yan curled his lips in annoyance. Lightning flashed across his forehead. Just as the two of them were about to turn on each other, a voice as young as Flandrachan, filled with authority and scolding, reverberated in Wu Yan's heart. Now is not the time to do such things. Wu Yan paused when he heard this. The next moment, the white expanse of heaven and earth shattered. Inside the cave, Wu Yan, who was standing in front of the door, suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly retreated to the back of the cave and his dark gaze swept towards the door that is emitting a strong light. The moment Wu Yan woke up, the door closed. Under Wu Yan and Sylph's shocked gaze, the doors on the staircase started to move at a speed not visible to the naked eye. It took about 10 seconds for them to return to their original state. Wu Yan and Sylph's expression turned grim. These doors could actually change their positions. Doesn't that mean they can't even remove the useless doors? Sylph closed her eyes and forced herself to calm down. She looked at Wu Yan. "Are you okay?" "Yes." Wu Yan touched his stinging cheek and found a trace of blood. It was the blood from the wound on his cheek caused by Flandrachan's attack in the dream. Wu Yan touched his healed cheek and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Maybe I have to do something now." The injuries he suffered in the dream could actually affect reality. "Is this a real dream?" Wu Yan explained. Sylph glanced at the doors that changed their positions with a cold glare. "Then we can't open those doors as we please." Wu Yan wiped the blood off his cheek and shook his head. "No, let me try again. Otherwise, there's no other way to find the correct door." "But the position of those doors would change, wouldn't it?" Sylph didn't say that out loud. Sylph knew they didn't know what else they could do. "Let me try this time," Sylph suggested. She didn't object to Wu Yan's suggestion. Wu Yan wanted to object, but when he saw the determination in Sylph's eyes, he gave up on the idea. He hesitated for a bit before nodding. "Don't close your eyes. Once you close your eyes, I will immediately rush over to wake you up." Sylph nodded and raised her foot in the direction Wu Yan went. Since the doors can move, it doesn't matter which one they go to. Sylph walked towards the door in a completely different manner from Wu Yan. She didn't want to give herself a chance to regret her decision, so she pushed the door open. This time, there was no bright light or dream. What appeared behind the door was a mirror. A mirror? Wu Yen and Sylph were stunned. At this moment, Sylph's reflection in the mirror raised her head with a dagger in her hand. The dagger pierced through the mirror and went straight for Sylph's chest. Sylph's expression changed. Tisk! Suddenly, a hand reached out from Sylph's side and grabbed the sharp dagger. There was a tearing sound as the hand that held the dagger began to bleed. Before Sylph could react, Sylph pulled her dagger out of the mirror and retracted her hand back into the mirror. Blood splattered all over the floor as she retracted her hand back into the mirror. At the same time, the door with the mirror slammed shut. Together with all the other doors, it started to rotate again. Sylph didn't care about the doors. She turned around and looked at Wu Yen, or rather, at his bleeding hand. "Don't worry, I did it on purpose." Wu Yen pursed his lips when he saw Sylph staring at his bleeding hand. He flexed his hand that healed in an instant. "Dreams and illusions, it's the same as the one in the green mist." "But..." Wu Yen shook off the blood on his hand and pursed his lips. "This time, I can't treat them as mere dreams and illusions. The damage he received in the dream is real. The illusory realm also had the ability to cause real damage. Compared to the previous pure dreams and illusions, it was many times stronger." "Realistic dreams and illusions?" Natsuki's voice echoed from Wu Yan's body. She transmitted her voice to Wu Yen. "This is a tricky situation." Wu Yen nodded. He exchanged glances with Sylph. He looked at the new door and extended his hand. Chapter 1088. Facing the doors that were filled with vast caverns, the two of them spent an entire day trying to open them. Another day passed. During this time, Wu Yen and Sylph have pushed open more than 100 doors. Pushing open more than 100 doors also means that they have experienced more than 100 realistic dreams and illusions. If it were another group, they would never do the same thing as Wu Yen and Sylph. Even if one's mana and combat aura weren't restricted, who would be willing to repeatedly fall into a dream and be attacked by the people around them and by an illusion that was exactly the same as them? If something goes wrong, the injury would only be minor. Of course, in the domain of gods, no one would encounter anything that could endanger their lives. However, if they were trapped in a dream or illusion, they would lose a lot of time. If he didn't have Natsuki helping him awaken, and if he didn't have a certain level of power to deal with illusions, he would have to think twice before pushing open these doors that can trap people in dreams and illusions. As for Sylph, she insisted on taking turns to open the doors with Wu Yen. It was as if she didn't care about her own life. If Wu Yen also lost his powers, he wouldn't have asked her to do something so stubborn and dangerous. It must be said that from a certain point of view, the two of them had the same personality. They are both crazy. For the entire day, Wu Yen repeatedly fell into a dream. He would be awakened by Natsuki or Sylph, he would be attacked by the illusions, he would repel the illusions, and he would continue to push open the doors. It was a boring and dangerous process. However, Wu Yen didn't stop. He has the body of a true ancestor, he won't die. He might as well try a few more times. Perhaps, he might be able to find the trajectories of the moving doors. From there, he might be able to obtain the entrance to the true core palace. Sylph was also doing the same thing. She kept pushing the doors open and was woken up by Wu Yen. Whenever she encountered an illusion attack, Wu Yen would rush forward and deal with it. Apart from that, Sylph didn't do anything else. Coupled with Sylph's frosty expression, those who didn't know better would think that she was a puppet acting according to the designer's instructions. Over time, be it Wu Yen or Sylph, both of them started to feel numb after repeated attempts. Wu Yen took a glance at the many doors on the stairs, which were rotating and changing again. He took a deep breath and rubbed the spot between his eyebrows, which was aching slightly. "Sylph, did you find anything?" Sylph shook her head. Even though her face was expressionless, her blue eyes were filled with exhaustion. "Every time I enter a dream, the content of the dream is different. The illusions are also different. Wu Yan's pain intensified when he heard Sylph talk about dreams and illusions. In the beginning, everything was fine. The dreams were all related to him. The illusions had always been based on himself and Sylph. But as time went on, not only did the content of the illusions become strange, there were all kinds of things. Even the illusions no longer appeared in a fixed pattern. It was getting more and more troublesome. What about Natsuki? Did you find anything else? Nothing. A voice that only Wu Yan could hear reverberated in his mind. Compared to Wu Yan and Sylph, Natsuki's voice didn't change at all. She was still as calm as ever. Although the content is different, basically, what you encounter after you open the door is either a dream or an illusion. Once you wake up from the dream or deal with the threat of the illusion, the opened door will automatically close and change positions. Based on this, it seems that the door will automatically close and change positions. Based on this, it should be impossible to enter those doors that can create illusions and dreams. Doors that can create illusions and dreams. Wu Yan frowned. Do you think there are certain conditions to pass through those doors? Natsuki asked in a confused voice. How should I put it? Didn't the compass tell us that these doors could be real? Wu Yan pursed his lips. For example, we can charge in before the door closes. I don't think that's possible. Natsuki raised her voice. It's just as you said. If it's that easy, it wouldn't be a test. I don't think the Divine Tree would set this test for a Tier 9 and 8 to pass, right? You're right. If that's the case, it's too easy. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Seriously, why is the Divine Tree able to open up spatial passages? Isn't it better to just let the real doors stay in those doors? All the doors could be real. Who knows? That's just your guess. Natsuki casually said. Anyway, the Divine Tree can open up spatial passages, right? It's also possible that all those doors are fake. All the doors are fake. Wu Yan was stunned. His eyes lit up when he thought of something. Sylph. Wu Yan turned around and looked at Sylph. Go and push it again. Sylph looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. When she saw the light in his eyes, she knew he must have noticed something. She didn't waste any time and pushed open one of the doors. Just like before, a bright light shone on Sylph and hypnotized her. The moment Sylph closed her eyes, Wu Yan dashed forward and hugged her before backing away. Wu Yan slapped Sylph's cheeks to wake her up. Wu Yan scanned the doors around him. He took in all of the doors with a single glance. Not long after, the doors stopped moving and Sylph woke up. The first thing she saw was Wu Yan's smirk. Sylph's icy blue eyes rippled when she saw this. Did you find something? Wu Yan looked at Sylph's face and smiled. I guess you can say that I found something. Wu Yan let go of Sylph and sighed helplessly. However, I feel like we've been toyed with. Toyed with? Sylph frowned. Every time we push open a door, all the doors will move and change their positions, right? Yes. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw Sylph nod her head. But when I looked at the doors, I noticed that they weren't moving at all. They weren't moving at all? Sylph was surprised. That's right. Wu Yan took a step back, opened his arms and said in a clear voice. Actually, it's not the doors that are moving, it's the walls around us. What? Sylph's expression changed. She looked around and noticed a problem. What? Sylph's expression changed. She looked around and noticed a problem. Sylph paused at the entrance of the cave. She pondered for a moment and spoke. If I'm not mistaken, the entrance wasn't in that position in the beginning, right? Wu Yan looked at Sylph in surprise. I didn't expect your memory to be that good. So it's really the walls that are moving? Sylph ignored Wu Yan's praise and went into deep thought. But what does that mean? That's right. That means your memory isn't as good as ours. Wu Yan cracked a joke before changing the topic. Didn't you notice? Those doors are constantly changing positions under the movement of the rock wall. It looks like they are arranged in an orderly manner, but if you don't count the horizontal rows and look at the vertical rows, the doors of each staircase are not arranged in an orderly manner. There's only this row. Wu Yen pointed at a certain direction and he enunciated each word clearly. Only this row of vertical doors, from top to bottom, is very neat. Sylph's eyes flashed with a glint. I mean. Wu Yen smiled as he looked at the neat rows of doors. The door to the core palace is in this position. Chapter 1089. The door to the core palace is in this position. In an instant, there were no other sounds in the surroundings. Only the words that seemed to have substance reverberated in the air and reverberated in the spacious cave. Sylph closed her eyes as she stared at the neatly arranged doors. She tried to find a loophole in Wu Yan's words, but she couldn't find anything. Sylph didn't find any flaws in Wu Yan's words. Instead, she had a strange look in her eyes. It's like she's praising him, she's happy, she's proud, she's all mixed up. Sylph nodded and looked at the row of doors. Then she sized them up. Then, which door can lead to the core palace? Have you already discovered it? That's why I said we were fooled. Wu Yen said with a bitter smile. Who told you the real door is behind those doors? Sylph was taken aback when she heard this. She was sure she didn't mishear him. Wu Yen did say the door to the core palace is in that position. Sylph frowned and revealed her eyes to Wu Yen. She didn't say anything, but it's obvious she was waiting for Wu Yan's explanation. If my guess is correct, the door to the core palace should be in that position. Wu Yen looked at the row of doors and then at the entrance of the cavern. He smiled. At first, I thought the same as you. I thought that the door to the core palace should be on the only row of neatly arranged doors. However, there were at least dozens of doors in that row, if not 100. I can determine the location, but I can't pinpoint which door it is. The guardian tree wouldn't have set it up like that. Furthermore, if the doors of the core palace are really in the neat rows of vertical doors, then there is no need for the rock walls to move when the doors change positions. With the power of the guardian tree, there is no need for the rock walls to move when the doors change positions. It shouldn't be that hard to make the doors move on their own, right? Therefore, if the real door is behind that row of doors, there's no reason why the rock wall is moving. There's no reason why the rock wall is moving, right? That's right, there's no reason why the rock wall is moving. Sylph's blue eyes glowed brighter as she listened to Wu Yan's explanation. As the light grew brighter, Sylph seemed to have realized something and shifted her gaze to the entrance. Wu Yen chuckled at her reaction. Looks like we share the same thought. Wu Yen looked at the entrance of the cavern with Sylph. That's right. There's only one reason why the rock wall is needed to change the position of the door. He pointed at the entrance of the cavern with one hand and pointed at the bottom of the row of doors with the other. His thunderous voice echoed in the cavern. Through the movement of the rock wall, the entrance tunnel will be moved to the bottom of the vertical row of doors. That's the fundamental reason why the rock wall needs to move. Moving the entrance of the cavern to the bottom of the row of doors would mean that the entrance of the cavern is located at the center of the cavern. That should be the entrance to the core palace we're looking for. That's just my guess. Wu Yen shook his head and laughed. That's why I said we've been fooled. The guardian tree has been telling us about the entrance of the cavern since the beginning. We're not looking for the door to the core palace, we're looking for the entrance to the core palace. The guardian tree. It really knows how to create blind spots. Of course. That's just my guess. Wu Yen scratched his cheeks and he shrugged in an unconfident manner. As for whether that's the truth or not, I can't guarantee. I think it's very likely. Sylph raised her head as if to encourage Wu Yen. All the doors here are the same. Only the entrance passageway is different. There must be a special reason for it to be special. Moreover, until now, those doors have been opened and closed, giving us no chance to enter and explore. Only the entrance passageway is the only way to pass through. That's why I agree with your guess. Let's give it a try. Wu Yan's lips curled into a happy grin as he nodded. You're right. Let's give it a try. Wu Yen and Sylph looked at each other. They started pushing the doors again. There's only one way to make the cavern move, and that's to open the doors. All they have to do is open the doors and let the doors create illusions and dreams. Once Wu Yen and Sylph are freed from the illusions, the doors will automatically close and the entrance will move. He didn't know how long it took, maybe half an hour, maybe an hour. He pushed open the doors and dealt with over 100 dreams and illusions. In the end, Wu Yen dealt with one of the illusions. The entrance was finally connected to the vertical doors that were lined up neatly in front of him. Wu Yen and Sylph looked at the entrance at the bottom of the neatly arranged doors. Wu Yen and Sylph looked at the entrance with uncertain expressions. After all, it's only Wu Yan's guess that the entrance will become the entrance to the core palace when it moves to the bottom of the neatly arranged doors. Moreover, even if the entrance passage was shifted to that location, there would still be no changes. That was the fundamental reason why the two of them were hesitant. After a long time, Wu Yen took a deep breath and his gaze sharpened. "Let's go." Sylph nodded. She followed Wu Yen as they entered the passage. Wu Yen and Sylph didn't notice anything amiss. The moment they entered the passageway, a series of ripples appeared around the passageway, turning into a fluorescent light that resembled the surface of the water. Wu Yen and Sylph entered the passage and it looked like they just walked into a calm lake. Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake as they disappeared into the water. The cave once again returned to its usual deathly stillness. The moment they entered the entrance, Wu Yen and Sylph felt a blinding light that forced them to close their eyes. Before they could react, the light disappeared. When they opened their eyes again, they were no longer in a cold and gloomy cave. Instead, it was a miraculous sight. A truly miraculous sight. In this place, there were no walls, no ceiling, and no floor. In all directions, there was a barrier formed by water waves. Wu Yen and Sylph looked like they are standing on water. Every step they took caused ripples to appear on the surface of the water. The walls around them are also made of water. Above their heads, there are tree roots as thick as a mountain peak. It's a majestic sight to behold. As for how big this place is, the two of them have no idea. It feels big and small at the same time. It's a strange feeling. In front of Wu Yen and Sylph are 7 pools of different sizes and colors. The colors of the water in the pool were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The colors were exactly the same as the colors of the rainbow. Together with the palaces formed by the water in all directions, calling it a wonder would be an understatement. Wu Yen and Sylph regained their senses from the beautiful scenery around them. They scanned their surroundings and when they made sure they were out of the cave, they looked at each other in confusion. Wu Yen looked around and smiled with uncertainty. It shouldn't be another dream, right? It's not a dream. This isn't a dream. Natsuki's voice came from inside Wu Yan's body. You're very conscious right now. I can feel it. Is that so? Wu Yen asked with a bitter smile. It can't be helped. The scenery in front of them is too beautiful. It's so beautiful that it feels like it's not real. It was understandable for him to think of it as a dream. Chapter 1090. It's not a dream. Following Natsuki's words, Sylph also voiced her opinion in a cold voice. Although this place is a little too dreamy, there's a strong sense of presence here that's not present in dreams. Inside the cave, Sylph has fallen into dreamscapes countless times. She now has a certain understanding of them. That's why her words don't sound very convincing. However, given Sylph's personality, the fact that she can say something like this means that she has a lot of confidence in her feelings. Also, Sylph seemed to realize that her words aren't very convincing. She slowly closed her eyes and opened them again. A surge of icy blue mana surged out from her body. My mana has recovered. Wu Yen was stunned when he saw the icy blue mana surging around Sylph. He quickly raised his hand to circulate the mana in his body. Wu Yen easily ignited the magic power that could only circulate and not be mobilized. Wu Yen raised his hand and the magic power started swirling around him like a whirlwind. It looked like a flame in the middle of a fire. It's extremely agile. It had only been 2 or 3 days since his mana had been shackled, but now, it seemed that his mana had been shackled. Wu Yen felt a sense of nostalgia when he tried to circulate his mana again. With a thought, the mana flame in his hand began to change shape. Such outstanding control over magic power was probably at the pinnacle of all life forms that cultivated magic power. This is all thanks to Wu Yan's infinite arms refinement. If he didn't, he would have to practice for at least a few hundred years to reach his current level of control over mana. Only then would he be able to reach this level, of course. Wu Yen isn't the only one who's basking in the joy of regaining mana. Even Sylph couldn't help but feel excited. She circulated her mana around her body. After a while, she finally regained her mana. After a while, the two of them recovered. They retracted all their mana back into their bodies. Shortly after, their attention was drawn to the 7 colorful ponds. Is this the core palace of the domain of gods? Wu Yen scratched his head. He sounded suspicious. Didn't you say that the treasures of the domain of gods are in the core palace? How come I don't see anything? All right. Sylph nodded. She remained silent for a while. Then, she started walking towards the 7 rainbow-like pools. Wu Yen shrugged and followed after her. In front of him, there were 7 pools of different colors and sizes arranged in an irregular pattern. The bright-colored water surface didn't have any ripples. Vaguely, waves of fluorescent light of the same color as the water in the pools rippled on the surface of the water, twisting like an aurora. It was very dazzling. There were 7 pools of different colors and sizes. The largest one was about 100 meters tall, while the smallest one was less than 10 meters tall. The difference was huge. Wu Yen and Sylph arrived at the red pool, the smallest one. They lowered their heads and looked into the red water. The water in the pool was bright but clear. There wasn't a hint of filth in it. When Wu Yen and Sylph arrived at the red pool, the distorted glow on the surface of the red pool flickered and condensed into a line of words. Members of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan who have reached rank May 6th entered the domain of gods. Wu Yen and Sylph felt relieved when they saw this line of words. They looked at the other 6 pools with more understanding. The minimum requirement to enter the domain of gods is to be a member of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan. One must also be at least rank 6. Since there were pools for 6th-stage cultivators, then there should be pools for 7th stage, 8th stage, 9th stage, or even demigod stage cultivators, right? Thinking of this, the two of them left the red pool and strolled around the pools of other colors. The truth was just as the two of them had imagined. The orange pool had the words, "Members of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan who have reached rank May 7th enter the domain of gods." The yellow pool had the words, "Members of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan who have reached rank May 8th enter the domain of gods." The green pool had the words, "Members of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan who have reached rank May 9th enter the domain of gods." The green pool had the words, "Members of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan who have reached rank May 9th enter the domain of gods." The blue pool had the words, "Members of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan who have reached rank May 9th enter the domain of gods." The 6 pools of different colors symbolize the difference between the ranks of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan. According to the words, only those who meet the requirements can enter the domain of gods. Apart from them, no one else can enter. Wu Yen has already tried this. Apart from the green pool, Wu Yen has also tried the red, orange, yellow, green, and blue pools. When he stepped on them, it was as if he was standing outside. Wu Yen could only stand on the surface of the water, he couldn't enter the water. Only the green pool soaked his feet when he stepped on it. This means that only the green pool can be accessed by Wu Yen. Sylph was the same. However, the pool she can enter is yellow. Only the purple pool, which is also the largest one, didn't have any words on it. Naturally, this strange pool attracted Wu Yen and Sylph's attention. Both of them can see that the requirements of the 7 pools are related to the size of the pool. The larger the pool, the higher the rank of the person who can enter it. If the treasures in the place of gods were in these pools, then the value of the treasures in these pools would be determined based on the level and size of the treasures marked on the pools. In other words, the larger the pool and the higher the rank of the pool, the more valuable the treasure and the more powerful the effect. In that case, if there were treasures in this unmarked purple pool, which was larger than the blue pool at the demigod level, what level would they be at? With that thought in mind, Wu Yen and Sylph approached the purple pool. They were the closest to it. Buzz. Suddenly, the purple pool in front of the two of them began to tremble. Wu Yen and Sylph were shocked. They wanted to back away, but a long whistling sound came from the bottom of the purple pool. It echoed throughout the entire palace. Before Wu Yen could react, the crimson spatial ripples of the Gate of Babylon appeared on its own. However, it was different from the usual opening of the Gate of Babylon. This time, the crimson spatial ripples fluctuated violently and spread rapidly. Even the ripples were trembling, as if they were hit by something. Not long after, a small stream of light flashed out from within. Wu Yen watched as the small ray of light shot out from the Gate of Babylon like a beast that just broke free from its cage and shot towards the purple pool. He caught the ray of light and held it tightly in his palm. It was then that Wu Yen and Sylph realized that the ray of light was a black ring. The ring of power. The moment they saw the black ring, their expressions froze. Ring of power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, the purple pool trembled violently. It was like a mother who saw her child in the hands of a bad person. The whistling sound from the pool became more and more urgent. Wu Yen tightened his grip on the ring of power after witnessing all of this. It seems like the key to the ring of power is inside the purple pool. Let's go in together. Sylph said without hesitation. No way. Wu Yen didn't even think about it before objecting. Nobody can be sure that there's nothing inside the pool other than the key to the ring of power. If Sylph goes in, their trip to the domain of gods will be in vain. Chapter 1091. Sylph once said that she doesn't have high hopes for the god domain. She believes that even without the help of the god domain, she can still reach unimaginable heights. You can call it self-confidence, pride, or even self-deception, but her words are true. She doesn't have high expectations for the domain of gods. She isn't even curious about it. After all, she's the Ice Princess. Regardless, Sylph is still the most outstanding member of the royal family of the other two empires. She's the most dazzling prodigy among the younger generation of the 3 royals and the 9 great clans. If a prodigy like her doesn't gain anything from the domain of gods, she'll be looked down upon by the 3 empires and the 9 great clans once she leaves the domain of gods. When that happens, Sylph will fall from her pedestal. Of course, with Sylph's personality, she won't listen to those who belittle her. However, Wu Yen doesn't want to see that happen. Ever since Sylph confided in him and he accepted her as his fiancée, Wu Yen made up his mind. For the sake of his fiancée, he must pass the test of the divine tree and come to the core palace. Now that he is here, Sylph can get whatever she wants from the god domain. Wu Yen won't let her give up on the chance to evolve. She would accompany him into the purple pool, which he didn't know if it would bring him any benefits, to search for the key to open the ring of power. Sylph seemed to have seen through Wu Yan's thoughts. Her eyes flickered and she spoke resolutely. I don't care. But I do. Wu Yen raised his voice. He had a serious expression on his face. Since you're already here, all you need to do is to enter the yellow pool and you'll be able to obtain the opportunity to transform. Not only will your talent be improved, but your strength will also increase greatly. There's really no need for you to follow me in for a groundless key. This isn't just about you. Sylph looked straight into Wu Yan's eyes. This is about the safety of the entire Spalier world. I am the princess of the Ailu Empire. I will not run away from this. Then let me ask you, what can you do even if you enter the pool? Wu Yen said angrily. Let's not talk about the situation inside. If I can't handle it, I will. Do you think you can handle it? Sylph didn't say anything. She just stared at Wu Yen with her emotionless eyes. Her eyes are filled with stubbornness. Obviously, she didn't give up on entering the purple pool with Wu Yen. Wu Yen felt angry and helpless at the same time. He clenched his teeth and he said something that made Sylph's heart skip a beat. I know you don't care about what others think, but what about your own feelings? With his height advantage, Wu Yen looked at Sylph's pretty face. Don't you think that your current strength isn't enough to stand by my side? Sylph's eyes rippled violently. She lowered her head and remained silent. I may have just entered Tier 9, but no one in the entire Spalier world can break through to Tier 9 at my age. Wu Yen said something so insolent for once. I am confident that I can reach demigod rank in 5 years. Sylph looked up at Wu Yen with surprise. Demigod rank in 5 years? Does he know what he's talking about? If it was that easy to reach demigod rank, how could there only be 5 out of the billions of cultivators in Silveria? Among them, the 3 guardian gods had to rely on the support of the land of divine spirits to become demigods. Without the land of divine spirits, they wouldn't have the confidence to reach demigod rank. Under such circumstances, where did Wu Yen get the confidence to say he could reach demigod rank in 5 years? Even if I can't reach demigod rank in 5 years, I am confident that I can reach peak Tier 9. Wu Yan's words struck a chord in Sylph's heart. As for you, Sylph, are you confident that you can reach Tier 9 in 5 years? Sylph remained silent. In the history of Silveria, the youngest person to reach the 9th tier was only 35 years old. Wu Yen reached Tier 9 in his 20s and broke the record of being the most talented person in the Spalier world. Sylph may be a few years younger than Wu Yen, who spent 3 years in the sword and saber world, but she didn't dare say that she was more talented than a 35-year-old super genius. In other words, even if she can reach Tier 9, she doesn't think she can do it before 35 years old. But now, she still had more than 10 years to go before she turned 35. Reaching Tier 9 in 5 years? Sylph has a strong sense of pride, but that doesn't equate to arrogance. That's why she can't make that kind of promise. If she can get help from the domain of gods, then she might be able to do it. Sylph doesn't want Wu Yen to shoulder the fate of the Spalier world alone. But at the same time, with Sylph's pride, she wouldn't be willing to hide behind her other half. At the very least, she has to be qualified to stand beside Wu Yen. She has to admit that the current Sylph is far away from Wu Yen. Perhaps, the domain of gods will give her the chance to stand beside Wu Yen. Sylph was caught in a dilemma with 2 choices and 2 objectives. Wu Yan's next sentence dispelled all of Sylph's hesitation. Did you know? Among the girls around me, even the weakest one has the strength of a peak Tier 8. Sylph's heart tightened. She clenched her hands into fists. Among the girls around me, even the weakest one has the strength of a peak Tier 8? Sylph is only a mid-Tier 8 right now. Wu Yan's heart softened when he saw how Sylph lowered her head. He grabbed Sylph's shoulders and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't mind if it's me. I've never expected my other half to be able to keep up with me. But with your personality, I'm sure you'll regret it in the future." Of course. You should know the other reasons better than I do. You might not care about it, but I don't want to see it. I can't bear to see it. Wu Yen raised her head and looked into her eyes. Now, the opportunity is right in front of you. If you give it up, I will feel sorry for you. The light in Sylph's eyes flickered. After a long time, she finally nodded. She turned around and walked towards the yellow pool. Sylph stopped at the edge of the pool. She didn't look back, but she left a message. Be careful. Mana surged from her body and she leaped into the yellow pool. She disappeared from Wu Yan's sight with a splash. Wu Yen let out a sigh of relief and complained. Good thing I convinced her. I was afraid she would be too stubborn. You should be happy that your little girlfriend wants to be with you so badly. Natsuki's voice was barely audible. You have the system, don't you? There should be items in the system that have the same effect as the items in the domain of gods, right? Why are you so against it? Well, that's true. But don't you think it's weird to give up on the treasures in front of you and pay the price to get a replacement? Wu Yen smiled bitterly. Besides, as I said, if something unexpected happens in the pool, it's not wise to drag Sylph down with us. It's fine as long as you think it's fine. Natsuki said nonchalantly. That's fine too. At least you can use your girlfriend's strong self-esteem in the right place. She should be able to improve by leaps and bounds after leaving the domain of gods, right? Be careful not to let her catch up to you. Well, I don't have that much self-esteem and I'm not a male chauvinist. Wu Yan smiled and waved his hand. But no matter what, our method of improvement is different from Sylph's. If you push me too far, I will challenge all the Tier 9 powerhouses in the Spalier world. Wu Yan turned around and he looked at the purple pool that is still trembling. He gripped the ring of power in his hand and he jumped into the pool. Ripples appeared on the surface of the pool, and as time passed, the ripples slowly disappeared. What Wu Yan didn't know is that this is the first time anyone has entered the purple pool since its creation. Chapter 1092. The purple water ripples like poison. The water in the purple pool looked like some kind of poisonous liquid, but the clear colors strangely gave people a feeling of vitality. Bubbles of various sizes fused and supported each other in the limited space. From the outside, the purple pool covered an area of more than 100 square meters, which was considered very wide. But in fact, the pool water inside was even deeper. Since entering the purple pool, Wu Yan has been diving down at breakneck speed. He didn't use a lot of speed or teleport, but he's still moving at a speed of 10 meters per second. Even so, it has been 15 minutes since he entered stealth, and he still hasn't seen the bottom of the cave. Fortunately, he used a skill to move freely underwater before entering the pool. Otherwise, with Wu Yan's lung capacity, who knows how many times he would have died. As a true ancestor, even if he died, he would be able to come back to life. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes roamed around the purple pool, trying to find something. Unfortunately, all he can see is the same purple pool. Other than that, Wu Yan hasn't even seen the bottom of the pool. One can only imagine how deep the pool is. While diving down, he looked at the ring of power on his finger. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in the pool, he would have died. Wu Yan wanted to take a deep breath to suppress his impulsive emotions. If you look closely, you can see that the ring of power on Wu Yan's finger is emitting a faint and gentle light. This phenomenon is enough to explain a lot of things. For example, the key to the ring of power is in the purple pool. Another example is that it's time to open the ring of power. That was what he said when he saw God Ailu's projection in the Ailu Empire's treasury. If one day the disaster Ailu spoke of happens, then he would be able to search for the key to open the ring of power in the land of God according to the destination on the map that he gave him. But the location with the key to open the ring of power had been sealed by Ailu. Only when the disaster is about to happen, the seal will be lifted. At that time, with the ring of power, he will have the qualifications to enter the land of gods. Now, in this purple pool, there was a high possibility that the key to opening the ring of power was in there. If what Ailu's projection said is true, then there should be a seal placed on the purple pool. But I'm here. In other words, the disaster Ailu spoke of is about to happen. Thinking of this, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a little restless. Disaster or whatever, it's a really unrealistic and troublesome word. He bitterly smiled and shook his head. He sorted out his thoughts and he increased his speed. He cut through the purple water around him and he flew down in a straight line. Time quietly passed. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the purple world that had never changed before had a different shade of color. The talking eyes lit up and he increased his speed as he dived down. His gaze locked on to the corner of the cave that is flashing with a different color as he got closer and closer to it. As Wu Yan dived deeper and deeper, the bottom of the purple pool appeared. At the bottom of the pool, Wu Yan could see a palace shining with a crystalline light. 1. The moment he saw the palace, the ring of power in Wu Yan's hand shook. The gentle light it emitted became brighter. Seeing this, Wu Yan muttered to himself for a moment. He used a spatial magic and instantly appeared above the palace. The entire palace was bronze in color, just like the imperial palaces of the old era. It wasn't dazzling with gold and jade, but there was an extremely ancient aura reverberating from it, as if it was trying to prove to outsiders that it had gone through a very long period of time. Feeling that ancient aura, for a moment, Wu Yen felt like he saw the river of time. Even his mind went blank for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he looked down at the palace with a slightly shocked expression. It was just a palace, but it had the effect of intimidating people. Even Wu Yen, who had reached the 9th stage, couldn't avoid it. This palace in front of him was extraordinary. One. On his finger, the ring of power became brighter and brighter. It even vibrated as if urging Wu Yen to hurry up and enter the palace. This made Wu Yen hesitate for a while. When, perhaps it felt Wu Yan's hesitation, the ring of power became impatient. With a strong vibration, it shot directly towards the palace. Naturally, Wu Yen, whose finger was still connected to the ring of power, was caught off guard and was brought over by the ring of power. Wu Yen didn't have time to think about what's going on before he was sent crashing into the wall of the palace by the force of the ring. Just as Wu Yen was waiting for the pain to come, who knew that the moment he touched the palace wall, his body passed through the palace wall. He didn't even feel the slightest touch. It was as if he didn't hit anything but a mirage. His vision blurred, and he entered the palace. In the air, Wu Yen floated in the air and scanned his surroundings. This was the interior of the palace. It was surrounded by bronze walls, and the ceiling was also covered by a thick bronze barrier. It was hard to believe that someone had just come in through that barrier. Other than the 4 bronze walls, the ceiling and the floor, there was nothing else in the palace. No, it's not that there's nothing. At the very least, at the end of the palace, there was a normal-sized ancient tree that looked like the guardian tree. In front of the ancient tree, there was a small pool. After silently observing the interior of the palace for a while, Wu Yen could only discover these things. What was strange was that the palace was clearly at the bottom of the purple pool, but the inside of the palace was completely hollow. Not only was there air, there was even a small breeze that kept floating in here. Sigh. Wu Yen sighed inexplicably. As expected of the realm of gods, whether it's the core palace or here, there are all kinds of strange things. I've learned a lot. His body slowly flew towards the ancient tree and the pool. As he flew, he kept descending. When his feet touched the ground, Wu Yen was already at the edge of the pool. First, he looked at the pool in front of him. This time, the water in the pool was very normal. It wasn't colorful, it was transparent and clear. It was very, very normal water. On the surface, it looked like this. Then Wu Yen raised his head and looked at the ancient tree, sizing it up. Buzz buzz. The ring of power trembled violently, the light it emitted became more and more intense. It was very dazzling in the dark palace. As if it was responding to the ring of power, the green leaves on the ancient tree's crown flickered with a faint green light. It slowly circulated on the surface of the tree. Buzz buzz buzz. The ring of power became more and more violent. Wu Yen could clearly feel a force that was neither strong nor weak reverberating in his hand. Looking at the ring of power in his hand, Wu Yen hesitated for a moment. Then he pulled out the ring of power from his finger and threw it into the air. Buzz! Like a wild beast that regained its freedom, the ring of power trembled again and let out a joyful buzz. It hovered in the air for a moment before it turned into a stream of light and shot towards the ancient tree. Under Wu Yan's gaze, the ring of power arrived at the ancient tree's trunk. Its flying figure suddenly stopped and sank into the tree trunk. As the ring of power sank into the tree trunk, the part of the ancient tree that was invaded by the ring of power became transparent. The ring of power's figure was clearly floating inside. Wu Yen could also see threads of light flowing into the ring of power. Rustle, rustle. Just as the ring of power entered the tree trunk, the ancient tree suddenly shook, and the sound of leaves rubbing against each other echoed in the palace. The green light circulating on the tree crown expanded and projected out. It gradually condensed into a figure. Chapter 1093. In the space where the soft light was flowing, the figure that emerged seemed to be in the water, floating up and down without being affected by gravity amidst the rustling sound of the ancient trees rubbing against each other. Such an incredible scene gave off an extremely natural feeling, as though it was supposed to be like this. The entire scene was completely natural. Looking at the blurry figure, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and subconsciously clenched his fists. It was for no other reason than the fact that he had seen this figure once before. It's in the Ailu Imperial Palace's treasury. That was the projection of the divine-level expert Ailu. This figure doesn't have a face or form, it's just a luangua. No one would be able to tell who this person is, but Wu Yan is 100% sure that this is Ailu. It wasn't just because of his speculation about the current situation. More importantly, this figure didn't have the slightest bit of aura, but it seemed to be indomitable and exuded a suffocating sense of existence. So far, Wu Yan had only encountered such a person in one situation. That was when he was in the Ailu Empire's treasury. Staring closely at the floating figure, Wu Yan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He was no longer affected by the natural presence. As though sensing Wu Yan's gaze, the floating figure paused and stopped. The head of the figure wriggled slightly, as if it was lowering its head. At this moment, if the figure had a line of sight, it should have been on Wu Yan. A familiar voice filled with vicissitudes of life reverberated through the entire bronze palace like an echo, sigh. It was obviously just a projection, but the sighs that contained various complex emotions were well expressed. Listening to the endless sighs, Wu Yan suddenly had a feeling. He felt that the god-level expert in front of him was very powerful. He seemed a little pitiful. This feeling puzzled Wu Yan because he couldn't explain why he felt this way. Ailu's projection sighed and spoke up. This day has finally come. With this opening sentence, Ailu's voice became somewhat sorrowful. Even though I knew this day would come, I didn't wish for it to happen. But I really don't wish for it to come. After all, it's only a disaster caused by people like us who think we're infallible. Yet, the later generations have to bear all the consequences. This is too unfair. A disaster caused by you guys? Wu Yan frowned and lowered his head as if he was thinking of something. Could it be? The so-called disaster was caused by Ailu and the other god-level experts? Before Wu Yan could answer this question, the projection changed the topic, interrupting Wu Yan's train of thought. I don't know who the descendant is. Maybe it's someone from the three empires' royal families, or maybe it's someone who obtained my 3 rings and met my projection. Since you're here, it means the Spalier world is not far from a disaster. Ailu's voice sounded self-deprecating. Actually, in the beginning, I chose the location of the ring. When I was choosing the place to place the key to open the ring of power, I was troubled as well. I didn't know which place was the most suitable. However, that kind of trouble is only brought about by oneself. With my ability, if I didn't want anyone to find the way to open the ring, no one but a god-level expert would be able to do it. When he said this, his voice is still filled with self-deprecation. However, that faint arrogance of looking down on the world was clearly expressed, causing Wu Yan's heart to tighten. I'm so confident, but I chose to seal the key to open the ring of power in the land of God. Is it because the land of God has our means and the protection of the guardian tree, so it's very safe? Ailu shook his head, his mocking laughter echoing in the air. No, the reason why I sealed the key to open the ring of power in the land of gods was because I was deceiving myself. After all, no one can enter the realm of gods except for the royals of the 3 empires. I sealed the 3 rings outside the realm of gods so the guardians can't get them. No matter if it's sealing the 3 rings instead of choosing to leave them in the 3 great imperial families or sealing the key to open the ring of power in the land of God that no one can enter other than the 3 great imperial families and the guardian clans, it's just me deceiving myself. How sad. How sad. Wu Yan was stunned, but he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. That's right. Since Ailu knew that a great calamity would happen and prepared countermeasures, he should entrust these countermeasures to his descendants so that they could deal with it in time when a great calamity really happens. That's the most effective way, isn't it? However, not only did Ailu not do that, he sealed the method to deal with the disaster in a place no one knows about. He even sealed the key in the realm of gods where no one can enter except for the royals of the three empires and the guardians. It's not only a huge waste of effort, it's also a huge risk. After all, AI Lu had no way of confirming that someone would be able to enter the location where the three rings were sealed in time and successfully obtain them before the calamity struck. He also couldn't be sure that the person with the three rings would be able to see the projection he left in the imperial treasury. He also couldn't be sure that the person who obtained the three rings would be from the royals of the three empires and enter the realm of gods. Even a god-rank expert can't predict the future. There were so many risks, but AI Lu still chose to take such a risky step. Subconsciously, he didn't want anyone to have the means to deal with the disaster. It's not that he wanted the Spalier world to be destroyed, it's because once the method to deal with the disaster is found, it means the disaster is about to happen. Ailu didn't want to see the disaster happen, but he knew it was impossible. That's why he chose to lie to himself and comfort himself. If the method to deal with the disaster doesn't appear, it means the disaster hasn't arrived yet. With this thought in mind, AI Lu chose to take the risk. Just like he said, AI Lu decided to take the risk. He's lying to himself. Wu Yan didn't know what made a god-tier expert fall so low to the point of deceiving herself and others. She even did something so irrational. But he kind of got the gist of it. He now understands why Ailu is so pitiful. The tree in the palace is the sapling of the guardian tree. Ailu brought up the topic again. Wu Yan looked at the ancient tree in shock. This sapling hasn't been infused with our divine power, so it doesn't have the same power as the guardian tree. However, the guardian tree is a treasure that can open space channels, create dreams, illusions, and defend against enemies to a certain extent. Although this sapling of the guardian tree is not very powerful, it has one more ability than the guardian tree, which is the ability to break all seals and barriers. With the help of this sapling, the seal on the ring of power will be broken in about 3 days. AI Lu turned around and pointed at the pond in front of the guardian tree sapling. The water in the pool is also a treasure. It has a miraculous effect. You'll know what it is once you enter it. Consider it a small compensation for the sins we have committed against you. Ailu's projection put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky as if he was reminiscing about something. His sigh echoed throughout the entire space. A god-rank expert is just someone who has reached the peak of their power. If there is an omnipotent god in this world, please protect the Spalier world. The ethereal prayer became the last trace of Ailu's projection in this world. Then, with a shake of his body, he turned into a sky full of light spots. Chapter 1094. As the starlight dissipated, the soft light on the guardian tree's crown continued to circulate. Inside the tree trunk, the dark ring of power was moving up and down as it was filled with streams of liquid. It was like the heart of the guardian tree sapling. As it rotated, there was a faint rhythmic heartbeat sound. This faint heartbeat sound became the only sound in the entire palace. Wu Yan watched Ailu's projection scatter into the starlight. Ailu's prayer echoed in his heart. He was speechless for a long time. If he prayed for the Spalier world, that means Ailu didn't want anything to happen to the Spalier world. If that's the case, why did he choose to deceive himself when the Spalier world was facing such a great threat? What happened to make a god-rank powerhouse fall to such a state? What did these god-rank powerhouses do to cause a disaster that could threaten the entire Spalier world? All of these questions piled up in Wu Yan's mind, causing him to feel a bit vexed. He quickly shook his head. If he couldn't figure it out, he might as well not think about it. Wu Yan put down all his questions and began to observe the ring of power. Do you need 3 days? Wu Yan stopped paying attention to the ring of power after mumbling to himself. He looked at the pool in front of the guardian tree. A pool with miraculous effects? He looked at the water in the pool curiously. It's just ordinary water. There's nothing special about it. If there's anything special about it, it's that the water is very clear. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while. In the end, he decided to follow Ailu's advice and try the miraculous water. He was the only one in the palace. Wu Yan didn't need to be cautious. He took off all his clothes and walked to the edge of the pool. He slowly dipped his feet into the water. The pool wasn't very deep, even when they reached the deepest part of the pool. It reached Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan looked around the pool. Then, he touched his chest and was puzzled. Didn't they say it has miraculous effects? Why does it feel like I'm taking a bath? Wu Yan's doubtful expression changed the moment he said that. He saw the surface of the water, which was originally calm, suddenly became turbulent. Like boiling water, the pool began to boil violently. Huge bubbles began to appear on the surface of the boiling water, accompanied by the sound of bursting at the boiling point. The entire pool was surging up. Then, the boiling water flowed into his pores and into his body as if it was being absorbed by him. Wu Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He quickly closed his eyes and sensed his body's condition. The pool is still bubbling, bubbles are popping out of it. The clear water from the pool is flowing up his body and into his pores. It is pouring into his pores. Wu Yan's skin gradually became rosy. His face was also a little red. It looked like he was boiled by the water or soaked in a hot spring. However, if one looked closely at Wu Yan's face, they would see a trace of astonishment. This trace of astonishment gradually turned into ecstasy as time passed and the water poured into the pool. At this time, in Wu Yan's body, a large amount of clear water from the outside seemed to be washing everything in his body. It turned into a torrent and rushed at an extremely fast speed. The faint sound of water burst out from the depths of Wu Yan's body. The torrent of water rushed through Wu Yan's body again and again. Under this violent wash, everything in Wu Yan's body was slowly changing. His internal organs and tissues became more resilient. His body's essence was constantly rising. Even his 5 senses were continuously strengthening. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Wu Yan's magic power and blood vessels were also changing under the effect of the pool water. If someone could directly see Wu Yan's body, then they would see that the constantly pouring pool water was slowly melting into Wu Yan's body, seeping into all of his internal organs and flesh. It even merged into his blood and magic power. Under the effect of the pool water, Wu Yan's originally incomparably powerful magic power began to vibrate, constantly shrinking and then suddenly expanding. With each contraction, the purity of the magic power would undergo a qualitative change. With each expansion, the magic power in his body would also rise to a stronger level than before. With the continuous contraction and expansion, the powerful magic power not only became more and more pure, but even the magic power received an extremely terrifying increase. Furthermore, this scene was still going on. Compared to the changes in magic power, the changes in blood were even more obvious. In the blood vessels, the blood of a true ancestor would sometimes speed up, sometimes slow down, sometimes violent, and sometimes calm like a stream. It was abnormally active. Traces of clear pool water melted into the blood and then fiercely rushed out. Under this action, the clear pool water that originally flowed in the body gradually became turbid. The situation with the blood was the opposite. With each turbid drop in the pool water, the dark red color of the blood deepened by a bit. In the end, the blood flowing in the blood vessels flickered like a gem. However, the scouring of the pool water was still going on. The clear pool water endlessly poured into Wu Yan's body and turned into a torrent, washing everything in Wu Yan's body. In the process of washing, the clear pool water became more and more turbid. When it completely turned black, it directly vaporized into a wisp of smoke, leaving Wu Yan's mouth and nose as he breathed. Under the scouring of the pool water, everything in Wu Yan's body was developing in a good direction. His physical strength became stronger, his magic power became more powerful, and even his blood was subliming. If one had to use a word to describe Wu Yan's state, then it could only be, he was evolving. He was transforming. Every part of his body was transforming. This so-called transformation was different from the transformations that the 3 empires and the Guardian clans received in the domain of gods. There were only 2 types of transformations they received, either their cultivation talent and aptitude increased, or their physical strength increased. This was also the main reason why the three deities had created the land of the gods. However, Wu Yan's transformation was different. Not only did his cultivation talent and aptitude increase, but his body was also improving. Ai Lu was right, the pool water does have a miraculous effect. Just as Wu Yan was enjoying the transformation of his body, his blood suddenly went berserk. Then, several different voices sounded in the depths of his mind. Wu Yan was startled. Before he could react, the magic power in his body suddenly surged out and turned into a bloody mist. It floated out of Wu Yan's body and then slightly distorted to condense into three medium-sized figures. The next moment, screams and screams filled the air above the pool. At the same time, Wu Yan heard the sounds of bodies splashing into the water along with the screams. What's going on? This is... On the surface of the water, the figure who fell into the water poked his head out of the water in an extremely sorry state. His mouth was still emitting cries of shock as if he didn't realize his current situation. Only then did Wu Yan get a clear view of the figure who entered the water together with him. Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon. Sensei. Nagisa and Kanon heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Wu Yan's voice. However, they still looked at each other in confusion. Of course. After all, he was still in a dream a second ago. When he woke up, he found himself in midair and fell into a pool without any explanation. Anyone would be confused. Natsuki was the only one who was awake. She looked around and raised an eyebrow. As for Wu Yan, his expression and even his entire body stiffened. That's because the three beautiful girls in the pool with him are completely naked. Chapter 1095. Wu Yan almost rubbed his eyes when he saw the three fair and tender bodies. He wanted to confirm if this was real. Unfortunately, he already saw Natsuki's body, Nagisa's body after the apron incident, and Kanon's body when she was modifying her spirituality evolution spell model. Wu Yan was certain. Everything in front of him was real. Can he choose whether or not to let his familiar wear clothes when he summons them? This somewhat brainless question flashed through his mind. Wu Yan's gaze never left the three seductive bodies in front of him. For a moment, he just stood there in a daze. What's wrong? Teacher. Nagisa and Kanon were worried when they saw Wu Yan looking at them in a daze. They didn't realize that they were clean. They walked towards Wu Yan with the water in the pool. Are you sick? Nagisa and Kanon didn't notice that Wu Yan's gaze followed them as they got closer. They walked up to Wu Yan and touched Wu Yan's forehead while the other touched Wu Yan's face. These two naive girls really thought that Wu Yan was sick. Wu Yan didn't resist. He allowed Nagisa and Kanon to do whatever they wanted to him. He stared at the two girls who probably aren't even 15 years old yet. Their fists are about to go up against him. The expression on his face was a little unnatural. He wanted to reach out and grab them, but he was afraid that he would be punished by the girls. Kanon was fine. Even if he pushed her down, she wouldn't complain at all. Natsuki, on the other hand, was a different story, this temperamental legal loli. Sometimes even Wu Yan can't figure out what she's thinking. Nagisa was the opposite. She was too easy to read. Wu Yan knew that he could do whatever he wanted when there were only the two of them. However, if he did anything in front of other people, she would be furious. She would beat him up without hesitation. Wu Yan could only use his eyes to take advantage of her. He wanted to do other things but didn't have the courage to do so. He was a typical pervert. He was conflicted. In the eyes of the two naive girls, his conflicted look is something to be worried about. They stuck their bodies to Wu Yan's body and each of them hugged one of his arms. Sensei, what's wrong? We have something to tell you. Nagisa puffed up her cheeks. Her big red eyes were filled with concern. Nagisa will be very, very, very angry if I hide it from her. Sensei. Kanon didn't talk as much as Nagisa. She looked straight at Wu Yan's face with her green eyes. Her pure gaze made Wu Yan feel guilty. Nagisa and Kanon were worriedly leaning into Wu Yan's arms. Natsuki's delicate face showed a hint of helplessness. If you two want him to come back to normal, think of a way to cover your bodies. Bodies? Nagisa and Kanon were stunned. They reflexively looked at their own bodies. When they saw their cool bodies, the two girls were stunned. Yua. Nagisa looked at her own body and then at Wu Yen, who had a fake smile on his face. Nagisa's face turned red at a visible speed. She rolled her eyes and finally, she couldn't hold back her shyness. She buried her head into the water with a whimper. Kanon was much calmer than Nagisa. She blushed and she squatted down bashfully. She hid her voluptuous figure in the water, but her green eyes were still glued to Wu Yen. Her eyes were filled with the desire to violate the rules. Wu Yen was a little disappointed to see his benefits disappear before his eyes. However, his gaze quickly shifted to Natsuki. Natsuki snorted. Her face was expressionless. She didn't try to hide her body like Nagisa and Kanon. She just stood there. It's unknown if she was pretending to be calm or if she really didn't care that Wu Yen saw her naked body. Of course, it doesn't matter if she's covered up or not. Because Natsuki is small, even if she stood there straight, the water would reach her shoulders. Under the cover of the boiling water, nothing could be seen. There was no difference at all. Sigh. Wu Yen sighed for some reason. After a moment of pity, Wu Yen hurriedly asked, "How did you get out? I didn't release you." "I can roughly guess the reason." Natsuki nodded and glanced at the boiling water. "It should be because of the water, right?" "The water? Doesn't it have the ability to purify and strengthen the human body?" Natsuki furrowed her brows and calmly said, "Individuals who come into contact with the pond water will be purified and strengthened by the pond water. If this is the premise, then it is expected that we will suddenly leave your body. After all, even though we're your familiars, we're a little special. We have physical bodies and can trigger the effects of the water." Wu Yen got a clearer picture of the situation. "In other words, because you exist in my body, the effects of the pool water were triggered by you, so the pool water forced you out to be purified and strengthened by it? If you have eyes, you can tell at a glance." Natsuki lifted her chin and looked at her own body. Wu Yen followed Natsuki's line of sight and looked at her petite figure. He also saw the water rushing into Natsuki's body as it bobbed up and down in the pool. Wu Yen smiled. "That's good. With the purification and strengthening of the water, your strength should increase by quite a bit, right?" That might have been the case in the past. Natsuki pursed her lips. "But now we're your familiars. Only when you, the host, have enough mana will we be able to grow stronger. As for us, I don't know about Natsuki Nagisa and Hanace Kanon, but I don't have any mana left. If I want to use magic, I can only borrow mana from you. So, this pool water can at most increase our physical attributes or ability strength. The fundamental increase still depends on you. That's not bad." Wu Yan's lips curved upwards. "With the help of the water, my mana will increase by leaps and bounds. When the time comes, the two of you will be able to grow stronger as well." Na Yu calmly nodded and closed her eyes to observe the changes in her body. Nagisa, who heard Wu Yen and Natsuki's conversation, also closed her eyes. Of course, Nagisa didn't know much about the changes in her body. After all, she's just a normal middle school girl. She sank her consciousness into her body and handed over control to another personality. 1 or 2 seconds later, Nagisa's petite body emitted a faint blue light, just like when Agrora used her body to move. What was different was that the blue light only lasted for a short while before it dimmed down. When the figure inside appeared again, it had changed greatly. Long golden hair rippled like rainbows, blue eyes with flickering flames, and a demeanor like that of a fairy. It's Agrora, the previous generation's 4th primogenitor, Agrora. However, the 4th ancestor's face was filled with panic when she appeared. She didn't know what to do. Clearly, Nagisa didn't ask for her permission before she was swapped out. Wu Yen was surprised to see Agrora appear. "You can change your form when you're swapping personalities? Is it because you've become a familiar?" Upon hearing Wu Yan's voice, the panicked Agrora froze. Her face flushed red as she placed her hands in front of her to protect herself. She pretended to be arrogant and called out, "Do not look at me with such perverted eyes." Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Aurora's voluptuous body and revealed a dazzling smile. "You Chinibu previous generation's fourth primogenitor. Looks like your master needs to teach you how to be a proper person." Aurora shuddered at the sight of Wu Yan's dazzling smile. She had a bad premonition. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.